Well, I hope you're enjoying your lunch in the sunshine. We couldn't ask for better weather than we have right now, and I'm delighted to reintroduce...
Sorry about that, people. Just had a quiet issue with the comments. I'm not getting them in a minute, so if somebody could comment in the stream for me.
It is indeed, Colin. Thank you to you, and you'll, of course, be with me throughout the day. Afternoon, everyone. Hope you're having a great day here at the IWM Duxford Summer Airshow 2024, commemorating D-Day 80. That's going to be a focus throughout our flying displays this afternoon. Locations across England, including, of course, many airfields, were hives of secret activity on the night of the 5th and 6th of June 1944. Duxford was one example. It was Station 357 of the US Army Air Forces at that stage in its history.
Yes, we are back, Mark. Hello and welcome.
And ground crew were busy painting black and white invasion stripes on the aircraft. These were the identifying stripes that were applied to Allied aircraft by secret order on the 5th of June in order to provide a useful means of distinguishing them from their Luftwaffe adversaries in the areas around which the invasion force would be massing and the invasion itself taking place. For weeks, Allied fighters, fighter bombers and heavy bombers had been engaging in attacks against key targets like railways, bridges, airfields, coastal batteries, radar stations and so on. On the 5th of June itself, indeed, RAF Bomber Command and the US 8th Air Force heavy bombers attacked coastal batteries and targets further inland. And it was on that date, the 5th of June 1944, that Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery, the commander of Allied ground forces, gave his pre-invasion address.
On the eve of this great adventure, I send my best wishes to every soldier in the Allied team. To us is given the honor of striking a blow for freedom which will live in history. And in the better days that lie ahead, men will speak with pride of our doings. We have a great and a righteous cause. Let us pray that the Lord, mighty in battle, will go forth with our armies, and that his special providence will aid us in the struggle. I want every soldier to know that I have complete confidence in the successful outcome of the operations that we are now about to begin. With stout hearts and with enthusiasm for the contest, let us go forward to victory.
With the element of surprise, the first wave of forces that were deposited on the Normandy landing beaches on D-Day had it easier than those that followed. The high seas added to their problems, but in the main, the landings were accomplished
the one that was flying yesterday.
Meanwhile,
was
General Dwight D. Eisenhower, the Supreme Allied Commander, wrote later,
Jersey
4.5
Jerk
hours before the first seaborne
name.
troops set foot upon the shore of France at 0630 hours, the Air Transport Command had commenced dropping the first airborne assault forces on either flank of the invasion zone. Now, part of that was, of course, the parachutists dropping from the C-47s, the Dakotas and the C-53s, but there were also the troop-carrying gliders. This was a concept that had been proved by the Germans during the invasion of the Low Countries in particular in 1940, and Winston Churchill himself spurred the creation of British airborne forces. British manufacturers developed troop-carrying gliders, and the Glider Pilot Regiment was formed in December 1941 to provide the men who would fly them into battle. On D-Day, the British 6th Airborne Division was tasked with taking strategic objectives and communication centres northeast of Caen. And early on the 6th of June, while the paratroops encountered problems with strong winds and German flak, the initial glider-borne assault, the so-called coup de main, to seize the bridges over the River Ain and the Caen Canal was a great success. Men of the Ox and Bucks, the Oxfordshire and Buckinghamshire Light Infantry, led by the famous Major John Howard, were transported in 6 airspeed Horsa gliders in what was called Operation Dead Stick. Both of the bridges were captured. The glider pilots managed to land with extraordinary accuracy in the darkness, and those 2 objectives were later renamed Pegasus Bridge after the Pegasus emblem of British Airborne Forces, and Horsa Bridge.
Yeah, so first display was yesterday here. I think she displayed at their flying day. I think it was earlier last month.
And you can see how primitive it was, but it was still able to carry 29 troops or supplies and equipment, including a jeep even. The aircraft had an easily detachable tail, and the Mark II Horsa was given a hinged cockpit. There were also the General Aircraft Hamel cars, 30 of which delivered vehicles, artillery and light tanks, and 104 US Army WACO CG-4s carrying supplies and air landing troops to support the parachute forces. Now, some superb period news reports document the glider landings in Normandy firsthand. This one was from Canadian broadcaster CBC.
While we've been here, we've just seen one of the strangest and most remarkable sights of this invasion so far. 2 great fleets of over 100 gliders have gone overhead, towed by B-47 transports, who are certainly proving the workhorses of this invasion. They've hauled them right over the beaches, and the second batch are droning over now. I can see them. They're casting off the gliders as they circle around over the beach, and the transports are circling around and beginning to make off home. And here comes another flight, the 3rd flight of gliders, which is being pulled in. I can't count how many of them there are. They're coming in over the beach here. More and more and more of these glider-borne troops are coming in. These gliders are coming in towed very slowly by the big C-47 in what is apparently an unending stream.
Well, now we turn our attention to the parachute elements of the British Airborne Forces. We're delighted to welcome the Red Devils freefall team to Duxford, and as their jump aircraft goes into the overhead, here to tell you about them is Private Ollie Hobbs.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this afternoon's display, brought to you by the British Army's parachute display team, the Red Devils. My name's Private Hobbs. With me on the ground here we have Lance Corporal Danny Watson. Give us a wave, Danny. No, he obviously can't hear me. There you go. So, as you can see, Danny set off the red smoke in the centre of what we're calling our landing area for today. Any of you might have seen the Skyvan that we borrowed from Briars Norton flying overhead, and they should have dropped 2 pieces of craft paper out the plane as well. These are what we call woodies. So what they're doing is they're sticking their head out the back of the plane there. They're going to watch these pieces of craft paper all the way down to the floor and assess the winds based on how they fly away. In the middle of the arena as well, anyone with a good eye might be able to spot the cross that we have out there. Now, this cross isn't a target for the team, although some of them do like to hit it. But the main purpose for the cross is it's a landing indicator to the team up in the plane that it's safe to jump out the plane. If we were to lose radio communications with them up there, then they can see we've got a big cross in the middle of the arena, they know it's safe to jump. If we were to alter that cross in any way, they'd know that it might not be safe to jump, they might have to wait. But we should have a big cross in the middle of the arena today. The winds are nice and low. Woodies have just touched ground. Well, one of them has touched down, the other one's just on its way down now. So once they've both touched down, they'll assess how far away they've blown, assess the winds between the plane and the floor, and then they'll start making their climb up to altitude today. So now the woodies are down, that smoke's blown away. That smoke's another indicator about the winds. They'll read how that smoke blows away. If it blows away really flat to the floor, and really quickly. They know it's blowing quite hard on the floor down here. If it tumbles up like it did there, they know it's not too windy down here on the floor. We've also got other measures of measuring the wind as well, but it's a nice clear one. If we lose any communications with them, they can still see how the wind's being blown and how the wood is being affected as well. So they're going to now start climbing up to altitude for today's display. They've got all the information they need about the winds. They know how high they're going to climb. They're going to make any last adjustments and decisions they need to for today's display. So they'll all be focusing on what roles they have to do in the display themselves as well. Some of them might be going into free fall, so they'll get out the plane, take it down by themselves on their own in free fall for a minute, and then they'll pull their parachute as well. Some of them might be pulling their parachute as soon as they get out the door. This takes great skill because they've got to be a lot more stable in the air as soon as they exit that plane, and then they can pull their parachutes.
Yeah, so first up, the Red Devils.
If anybody gets some very good photos of today's display and you put them up on your social media, on Instagram or Facebook, please do tag the team as well with @Army Red Devils on Instagram, and we'll share it online as well.
Yeah, cheers for that, Mark. No, I have actually got my phone on a tripod, so I've got a little bit of gear.
You might see some red smoke trailing out the back of the plane at one point. Don't be alarmed, the plane's not catching fire. This is the jump master inside the plane. He's going to be dangling his foot out the back of the plane with a smoke canister attached to him. This is an indication to us down here on the ground that he's about to exit the plane. So that smoke is going to be the last thing he does before he jumps out the plane. And it lets us know that he's all about to get out. And then the rest of them will follow shortly behind him. So if you see any red smoke trailing out the back of the plane, please don't call the fire brigade or anything, although they're stood right next to me. I should tell them that nothing to worry about. We have had people call them before.
I don't have to see this charger. You got your cable, your charging cable, or your phone charger. Okay, but would you? Yeah.
They give me a nice big job to do on commentary here. They didn't tell me how high they're climbing, so just give me a nice big long time to speak for myself.
Where's your phone charger? Oh.
I think we've got 4,000 feet that we're allowed to climb up to for today's display. So we should get some people falling into free fall for maybe 10-20 seconds. They'll be jumping out the plane first, most likely taking it down a few thousand feet, pulling as low as 2,000 feet, probably a bit higher just to give themselves more time. We can jump out as low as 1,700 feet, however, we'd rather get out a little bit higher, gives us more time to solve any problems if anything goes wrong. We can go up to 10,000 feet, however, the aircraft we've got today may not be suitable for up to 10,000 feet. And at 10,000 feet, you may struggle to see us as well, especially with how we're flying today. You'll be looking straight into the sun, no one would see anything. So if anybody sees that red smoke trailing out the back of the plane before I do, if you give us a big cheer, lets me know down on here on the ground that I can stop rambling on for quite so long. They will be able to hear you as soon as they pull their parachutes as well, so don't hold back on your cheers. As soon as you see anybody pull their parachutes and get out of that plane, give them a big cheer, they'll hear you straight away. Makes them a bit more excited, come in, they might be able to put a bit more of a display on for you, turn a little bit lower, come in a bit quicker, all that good stuff.
So hello everybody in the stream. Yeah, we're just waiting for the Red Devils to open the show. Don't know if I'm going to get much of them because obviously I am using my mobile phone to film this with. It's on a tripod, so I should be okay. The weather looks amazing, and yeah, we're just waiting for these
whilst we wait then, I'll give you a bit more information about the team. They've given me this much time to do it. So the jump master for today's display, we have Lance Corporal Oliver Goss. Ollie's got about 5,000 jumps with the team, been jumping with the team for 5 to 6 years now. Spending this year taking over from the jump master from last year. Jump master and team leader, two very important roles in the team. Team leader normally leads the team into the display, whereas the jump master is also capable of doing this. It's not his primary role. Ollie Goss has taken
also thank you to everybody that's watching so far and
so
has hit that like. Thank you very much appreciated.
So Lance Corporal Oliver Goss, he's going to be the first person down today. He's going to be setting the landing pattern for everybody else to follow him down behind him. So he'll be most likely taking it down the lowest, jumping up the plane, pulling his parachute as low as he dares to take it. And then he'll be circling down, losing loads of height, coming down nice and quickly so that everybody else can keep an eye on him, see where he turns, and use him as another indicator as to what the winds are doing. If he lands short of that cross, they know the winds have picked up. If he lands past it, he knows that they've lightened up a little bit. And then everybody else will be watching him down as they exit, see where he lands, see how he turns, and making their assessment of that. We should also have a tracking suit with us today. So it's sort of like a wingsuit, not quite as big. He can get quite a lot of speed through the air. That might be the first person out if Ollie lets him go first. So he'll be in a suit, get a lot more penetration through the air, flying over above us, maybe even keeping up with the plane as well. And then he'll pull his parachute as well. That is the team leader for today as well. That is Corporal Stephen Hanley. So he's not leading the display, however, he's on the display, setting the pattern potentially as well if he beats Ollie down. We also have Corporal Henry Mould, who should be flying the 2,000 square foot Union Jack flag. This is a very big flag. Most of our flags are only 200 square foot. However, we also do have some bigger flags. We've got the 2,000 square foot, as we should be taking today. It takes great skill to be able to fly this flag. Obviously, there's a lot of weight on the bottom of it. It'll pendulum him out as he does all his turns. So he spent a couple of years learning how to fly the flag as well as he does today. We also have some smaller flags with us today. We have the Parachute Regiment flag, proudly flown, as well as the British Army flag as well. Can anybody still see the plane? If you can, give us a big cheer, give us a point, see if I can see it as well. Okay, so I've heard some shouts at 2 o'clock. I think if you look to the south, you can see it flying just over that cloud now, just below the sun. Hopefully this is flight on now, and I can talk about something a bit more interesting than just telling you about what the team's doing.
I can't see it. Where are they? Can anybody see them?
So once again, if you see that red smoke trailing out the back of the plane, give us a big cheer. That'll be their indication to us that they're about to get out the plane.
So I'm just gonna try and get a bit of freestyle. I'm holding the phone in my hand. Here we go.
This does look like jump run now, hopefully, so as soon as you see that red smoke, give us a big cheer. Fly right next to the sun, brilliant, all to see. There you go, that's the smoke there. I can stop talking a load of rubbish and you can start watching today's display. So there you go, that's that tracking suit off. He's veering off to the right so that nobody else has to avoid him. And behind him there you got a two-way as well. So that tracking suit is getting a lot of penetration through the air, flying through, not quite keeping up with the plane today. And then we've got the jump master as well, flying outside him. We've got some more people in freefall behind him. Two tracking suits, and the jump master for today's display as well. So it was a two-way track, two people in tracking suits. That was Corporal Stephen Hanley and Lance Corporal Oliver Goss, both tracking suits. Going to set the landing pattern nice and quickly now so that everybody else can follow them down. So proudly coming down first then for today's display, we have the jump master, Corporal Stephen Hanley. Secondly, we have the other jump master for today's display, we have Lance Corporal Oliver Goss. We also have a jump master from previous year, we have Corporal Wayne Shorthouse. If you look towards the north then, up in the clouds, you can see the 2,000 square foot Union Jack flag being proudly flown by the big flag flyer for this year. We have Corporal Henry Mole. On their left you may also see 3 parachutes connected together. So what they've done is they've very delicately crashed into the back of each other so that they can climb down each other's lines and they can put what we call crew formations into displays such as this. So they're going to fly it round as a 3 and then they're going to, there you go, they've done it now, they're transitioning. So they're making their canopies fight against each other now and they make one big wing as they've done so there. This allows them to get flight through the air and when they get over the top of the arena they can move canopies so that they direct them straight down towards the ground, build up even more speed in the descent and put on an even better show for us, getting a lot more speed, coming in nice and quickly, giving a good job for the cameraman to keep up behind them. Looks like they're going to downplane right over your head, so if you get any good photos of them straight in the downplane, be sure to remember to tag us with that Army Red Devils on Instagram. There you go, straight down over the top of you, get some good photos, tag us on Instagram, give us a shout out. And they're going to split that nice and low for us as well, and then they're all going to turn in and land at the same time as well. So last but not least, waiting for the big flag to come down now, the 2,000 square foot Union Jack flag. Proudly flown by Lance Corporal Henry Mole. We had the smaller flags being flown as well by Lance Corporal Louis Cuddy. We also had Lance Corporal Adam Bellingham come down earlier on as well. So whilst they're waiting for him to come down then, now on that 2,000 square foot flag, the rest of the team, they're going to be taking off their parachute equipment, taking off their helmets, their goggles, watching the last man come down, make sure they're not in his way. It's a lot harder to move with that canopy last minute, as they need to do so they're going to make sure they're not in the way of him.
Now my arms are hurting, Mark.
They don't want to get hit by that weight either. Trim safety down as well, so they're all going to take off their parachutes now. Take off their smoke, take off their helmets, don their maroon berets, and they're going to come in together into the huddle, and then we'll go over and take them for the salute. Yes. Out to meet us now, we have. I'd like the mic. So we have the team leader from today's display. We have Corporal Stephen Hanley. Going to bring all the team to attention, line up, and then we'll bring the VIPs along to meet the team.
So yeah, I hope you all enjoyed that. My arms are definitely hurting now because I was
IWM Director
free filming.
Carol Howell, have I said that right? Perfect.
But yeah, so I've got a slight issue with the comments that are actually coming up on my phone, so I'm going to have to use Mrs. Ghost Squadron's phone to see the comments. So if you do put anything in, you just have to bear with me for a minute and while I get to see the comments. Thank you for everybody who's hit that like so far. If you wouldn't mind hitting that like for me, it'd be much appreciated because it helps the channel.
So if any of you in the crowd are interested in watching a display from our point of view, we also have a marquee set up over by the hangar to the far right, as I'm looking at it now, by the museum. So we've got some VR headsets over there for the kids. If anybody wants to come along, it doesn't have to be just the kids. You can come along, watch a 360 view of our perspective of a display, so you can come and see how it looks from our eyes. We also have a team film from everything we did last year, some jumps into displays, some night jumps, everything from our view, the cameraman's view, and the jumps on this display. If anybody thinks they have what it takes as well to jump from a plane at 12,000 feet, fall towards the earth at speeds of up to 120 miles an hour, put a parachute about 6,000 feet, and be flown down towards the ground by one of the members of the team. We also provide tandem skydives, which if you speak to one of the members of the team after today's display, we can speak you through how getting signed up for that would work. So you spend the day with us down at Netheravon, in Wiltshire, down by Stonehenge. It's a full day event, so you come down, meet the team, and we'll put you in a harness, teach you how to do a skydive yourself, and then we'll take you up in the plane, strapped to one of us. We'll take you out for a skydive. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we get one final round of applause for the display team today, the Red Devils!
Ollie, thank you very much indeed, and what a splendid show that was with which to begin the flying programme here at the IWM Duxford Summer Airshow for 2024, commemorating D-Day 80. And as part of that commemoration, we recall the fact that this was, of course, a multinational Allied effort. Now, fewer than 13 Allied nations contributed forces that took part in D-Day, namely Australia, Belgium, Canada, Czechoslovakia, Denmark, France, Greece, the Netherlands, New Zealand, Norway, Poland, the United Kingdom, and the United States. We, of course, pay tribute to all of them through our flying and ground displays here at Duxford this weekend. And so it's very appropriate also that we should have with us participation from the modern-day French Air and Space Force, the Armée de l'Air et de l'Espace, which is going to be beginning the air show in just a few minutes' time. But before we do that, I think it's appropriate to take a few moments to mention a member of the air display community lost recently but who will be very much missed indeed. I'm referring, of course, to Battle of Britain Memorial Flight and Eurofighter Typhoon pilot Squadron Leader Mark Long, who lost his life in an aircraft accident last weekend. Mark was a much-loved friend and colleague to many on the airshow circuit, and particularly those at RAF Coningsby and the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. And throughout all of this weekend's flying activities, we pay tribute to him.
So yeah, next up we have got the French Rafale coming in from Mildenhall. Going to try and do my best to get as much as this as possible. It was quite a nice display yesterday. With the cloud clearance, we should get a really good one as well.
The aircraft with which we get our main flying programme underway will do so in just the most spectacular style. It is absolutely one of the very best solo fast jet displays on the European airshow circuit. And the aircraft, unfortunately, not able to operate from Duxford today. The runway for such machines is too short, so it's flying from the US Air Force Base at RAF Mildenhall. This is an aircraft type that's taken part in many recent multinational military campaigns, often of course as part of coalition forces alongside those of the United Kingdom. And I'm delighted to say that joining me here to give you an introduction to the French Air Force Rafale display is Lieutenant Colonel Raphael Duflo.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, like you say, I'm Colonel Duflo. I'm an exchange officer from the French Air Force with the RAF. And again, congratulations to the Red Devils. That was a brilliant jump. Happy to join you anytime, guys. So thank you very much for hosting us in Duxford this weekend. The French Air Force is delighted to be here among you. This year we are celebrating 120 years of Entente Cordiale between the UK and France, so it's a wonderful way to celebrate that. And on the run-up to the 80th anniversary of the D-Day, it is also for us, we would like to dedicate this flight pass today from the Rafale to Squadron Leader Long and the BBMF and the whole force in the RAF. The display pilot that you will see in action today is Captain Millet. His call sign is Mimous, and he will be supported by his predecessor, Captain Butin, call sign Bubu, from the tower up there. You can see him, and he will be giving him some directions while he flies. These two pilots are highly trained frontline pilots. They are 4 ship leaders. They have more than 1,000 hours flying Rafale and the Mirage. And they are also instructors in Saint-Dizier Air Base on our operational conversion unit on Rafale. So you will see that the Rafale looks similar to the Typhoon with a delta wing and a canard airframe, and 15-ton thrust provided by two M88 engines. And this is a way to prove that the aircraft has a very high maneuverability. And today, Mimus will be pulling up to 10 Gs acceleration and pushing to -3, and will offer us some high speed runs and low speed, high incidence maneuvers to prove the maneuverability of the fighter. A little bit on the constructor, the manufacturer. It's the French company Dassault Aviation. So the aircraft is a 100% French made. It is for France our swing roll and only roll high-end fighter, and we have it under a permanent improvement program to keep it updated with the threats and to be able to commit in all the engagements that we have to do with the RAF, to name it. So in the French Air Force, we operate it through the full range of our missions. It goes from air policing and air superiority when it's for the air-to-air, and for the air-to-ground, we operate it as a close air support, air interdiction, and long-range strategic strikes, both conventional and, if needed, nuclear deterrence as well with our air nuclear deterrence missile. We now in France operate about 120 fighters across the Air Force and the Navy. We have 3 variants. Air Force flies the C as a single-seater and the Bravo variant as a twin-seater.
And the Navy
has the M
really
variant, which
about,
differs with a strengthened landing gear
Ghost
to
Squadron
cope with the landing on the
we're a group of like-minded people who love flying. We mainly do stuff
6
on
other
Microsoft
that
Flight
have been
Simulator
chosen
2020.
the Rafale for
There's
their
a few
frontline
of us here
fighters.
this weekend.
And I
I've
hope
got
that you will enjoy the show. It will be
Sky
an
here with me now,
show
Steve,
today. So,
and also
hope
Sam
it's
is
going to be a
here
delight
as
for you.
well.
And,
Not with us,
thank you
but
very
he
much
is
again
here
for
at
having
Duxford
us.
as well today,
And
so
fight
give
on.
him a shout out as well.
Rafale, thank you
Nice
so
to
much.
meet
It's our
you
pleasure
earlier
to
on.
welcome
Also,
the Edele Spatz to
Chico
join us
Mick
to open the show
for the
at
flight
Duxford
sim.
this
If,
D-Day
you know
weekend.
the flight sim, you've got Duxford. I met him earlier on, who's designed this place. It's all free. It's on flightsim.to.
This is, as
But
Rafale
I
was
also
just
do
explaining,
live real world live streams as well.
Many other air arms apart
So
from those
obviously this
of its
one
home
today.
country, and the latest of those to receive its new Rafales, namely the Croatian Air Force, did so only a few weeks ago, replacing Europe's last operational Mikoyan MiG-21s. That truly was a changing of the guard. This is an aircraft that across the French Air Force and French Navy has replaced no fewer than 7 different platforms. Such is its versatility, and the force is expanding and growing its capabilities all the time.
So yeah, any minute now we should have the French Rafale coming in.
And we're expecting, of course, to see the aircraft in the special colour scheme applied this year to mark the 90th anniversary of the French Air Force, which is being celebrated at events throughout this season. So, eyes to the left. Running in to start the flying display, the Dassault Rafale C of the French Air and Space Force. now we're about very shortly to hear from Lumus himself, the display pilot, in the Rafale's cockpit.
Hello to top, I am Captain Limus. Le pilot of the Rafale is on the function box. I hope you appreciate the show. It's an honor for me to be here. Enjoy and see you on the ground after the flight. Bye-bye.
in the French Air and Space Force Rafale C.
Hope that was as good for you as it was for me.
Fantastic.
Hope the camera work was okay as well.
Well now, we need a bit of a change of pace after that, and we go back 90 years for our next display aircraft, and one that was itself the state of the art back in 1934. That year marked the centenary of both the Australian city of Melbourne and of the state of Victoria. And it was decided to stage an air race to celebrate both those events.
No, I've not
It's
shared
one
it to the
that has
Discord,
passed into legend,
Mark.
and so
If you
too
wouldn't mind, mate,
has the
much
aircraft
appreciated.
that won it. The race was named after confectionery magnate Sir Macpherson Robertson. It was to start in the UK on the 20th of October 1934.
Hi,
The
Borsight.
start
Yeah,
venue
cheers for that. Thank
was
you.
a matter of some
Thank you for
discussion.
everybody that's hit that
It
like
had
so
to be
far as
near
well.
London, so that it could be called a
Can't believe it, 40
London
likes.
to
Thank you
Melbourne
very much.
air race, colloquially. One thought was to use RAF Duxford at one stage. It was one of the stations.
Thank you,
considered
Jamie.
the
Just
end because
reading through the
events
comments
newly
because,
opened.
like I said, I've not got them up on my phone at the minute for some reason. So I'm just having to check my missus's phone.
Of the aircraft involved. The one main stipulation was that to qualify as a finisher, all aircraft had to reach
Hi,
Melbourne
Ben.
in 16 calendar days, whether in the speed or the handicap sections of the race. De Havilland.
So Ben in the live chat is also part of Team Viper as well, who I do a lot of my air shows with. He's one of the pilots from that. So yeah, shout out to you, Ben, and I'll see you very soon at Sywell, mate.
We're about to see was the winner of the McRobertson International Air Race 90 years ago. And this in spite of the fact that the aircraft had been designed and built in double quick time. A unique, airworthy survivor running in from the right from the Shuttleworth collection, the de Havilland DH88 Comet.
So here's the DH88 Comet.
During 1934, de Havilland was already incredibly busy with a range of new aircraft that it was manufacturing. The DH86 Express, the DH87 Hornet Moth, and the DH89 Dragon Rapide, that some of you may have flown in with classic wings. But the company felt that publicity it could gain from winning would outweigh the effort and expense. By mid-February, orders had been received for 3 DH88s from would-be race competitors. One of them was bought by James and Amy Mollison. Amy Mollison having been the former Amy Johnson, as she would later also be. Another was bought by the Australian racing driver Bernard Rubin, and a third by Arthur Edwards, managing director of the Grosvenor House Hotel in London. And that was this aeroplane, which is named Grosvenor House. As it runs in towards us, you can see this is a highly streamlined design with a very, very small frontal area. It has 2 seats. Of course, it's got a retractable undercarriage. And to power it, the bespoke R version of de Havilland's Gypsy 6 engine, which had been developed in its original form for the Dragon Rapide. The first flight of the Comet wasn't made until the 8th of September 1934. This one followed just over a month later, and then there was just in excess of a week until the race start. It was to be flown by Charles W.A. Scott and Tom Campbell Black. Scott had never flown a twin-engined aeroplane before he got his hands on this. Come the race itself, the plan was that all 3 Comets would fly directly to Baghdad. Grosvenor House actually made a stop briefly at Kirkuk en route. And the 2 other Comets, the 3 aircraft being very much the favourites for the race, both went on to have significant problems along the way. Grosvenor House, however, was fairly untroubled. It was first across the finishing line at Melbourne's Flemington Racecourse, the home of the Melbourne Cup, winning the £10,000 prize for winning the speed race. Behind it, its closest challenger was not one of the other Comets, but a Douglas DC-2 airliner named Aufa. of KLM Royal Dutch Airlines, 19 hours, I should say, behind in second place. The only other Comet to finish was the fourth placed aircraft, flown by Owen Cathcart-Jones and Ken Waller. The Morrisons had withdrawn theirs, Black Magic, with engine troubles at Allahabad. In the end, 5 Comets went on to be built. Only this one survived in anything like intact condition. Following the race, it was briefly evaluated by the RAF, and then it went back into civilian hands and was raced several more times. Perhaps most famously, Arthur Clouston and Victor Ricketts set a record for a flight between London and New Zealand and back that incredibly still stands, having been established in March 1938. It was in that same year, incidentally, that Clouston was approached by a prominent Jewish industrialist about using a Comet. The idea was that it would be somehow disguised to bomb and kill Hitler in his motorcade during a ceremonial parade through Berlin. Perhaps unsurprisingly, that idea came to nothing. But Grosvenor House would survive, ending up in the ownership of the Shuttleworth Collection, who, with help from many sources, restored it to fly, which it did again in 1987. Only a few years later it was grounded when its then base at Hackfield, the old de Havilland factory airfield, was closed. But gradually it was resurrected to fly once again, and the Shuttleworth Collection's own base at Old Warden in Bedfordshire, given a longer runway made more suitable for Comet operations, it took to the air again in August 2014, and it's been one of the flagships of Shuttleworth ever since. And there is another connection with Duxford, because one of the Comet's 2 pilots, Charles W.A. Scott, who flew it on the 1934 McRobertson race to victory, had learned to fly here with number 2 Flying Training School, which was stationed at Duxford between the wars. This aircraft doesn't make many appearances away from its Old Warden base from which it's operating today. So we're very privileged to see it here in the 90th anniversary year of its first great triumph, and an aircraft which through its advanced design heralded many of the advances that would become commonplace in aviation's future. In for its final pass, the Shuttleworth Collection's de Havilland DH88 Comet. And oh, what a wonderfully sweeping display by the Shuttleworth chief pilot, the very talented Paul Stone. And as Paul clears, we're getting the Extreme Air XA42 into the air to go in position, while the next but one act. The first of our aerobatics gets into the air to go and forward. 4 aircraft from the Soviet Yakovlev Design Bureau. And the first to roll is the 4-seat Yak-18T. And then we've got nearest to us the single-seat Yak-50. And over there on the hard runway a pair of 2-seat Yak-52s. They're the flying comrades, and they'll be back with us shortly. So some modern day, unlimited style aerobatics now from an aircraft that really is one of the very best in its class. The smoke has gone on and multiple snap rolls on entry for the Extreme Air XA42. Now this aircraft is usually one half of a duo called the Titans, with an extreme decathlon high-wing monoplane. Unfortunately that aircraft unserviceable, so instead we've got this solo display by the regular XA42 pilot in the Titans, Phil Ansell. 'This really is an outstanding aeroplane. It was developed by the German aerobatic pilot and aircraft engineer Philipp Steinbach, and initially it was known as the S-Bach 300 series, named after him. But subsequently it's become known as the Extreme Air XA42. In fact, there are 2 versions. This is the 2-seater, and the XA41 is the single-seater. .315 horsepower at this aircraft's disposal from the Lycoming IO 540 piston engine. And the airplane is, of course, a very lightweight carbon fibre airframe. Very strong too, though. G limits of plus and minus 10 G. Unbelievably rapid control responses, and all of that enables us to see these very, very fast rolls, loops and tumbles during this solo sequence. Now, if the colour scheme on the aeroplane looks quite familiar to you, yes, it is that of Titan Airways, the largest UK-based charter airline stationed over at Stansted. Hence the team that is part of being known as the Titans, and the man at the controls flies for Titan himself. That's Phil Ansell. Started flying when he was 16. He's been doing air shows for the best part of 40 years. ,000 flying hours now in his logbooks across airliners, light aircraft and the odd warbird. We've had to know him best at Duxford because for many years he was a member of and leader of that brilliant aerobatic team of Yak 50s called the Aero Stars, who really thrilled us with their close formation work at the Duxford shows until they disbanded in 2015. Phil actually still owns the Yak 50 he used to fly in the Aero Stars. He's had it for nearly 30 years now and often is to be found flying that as well. And he's also sometimes a stand-in member within that well-known team of extras, the Global Stars, at events in the UK and around the world. But for the past 3 seasons, he's been one half of the Titans, along with Patrick Wilson in the Extreme Decathlon, which hopefully will be returning to the circuit in due course. Good pass is inverted now. So very uncomfortable negative G push into an outside half loop. Incredible power to weight ratio of this aircraft coming into play. This display by Phil, a really good mixture of some of the more extreme and violent aerobatic figures that an aircraft like this is easily capable of, with beautiful, elegant figures as well. Into the vertical now at display centre. The speed falling off, and backwards falls the XA42 back towards its own smoke. In that very nicely executed hammerhead. And now slow rolling down the display line. And a 4-point hesitation roll. And now setting up for his final pass down the line. And the roll rate being demonstrated a fantastic effect by Phil Ansell with the Extreme Air XA42 of the Titans. More solo unlimited aerobatic action of a rather different sort coming the penultimate item on today's programme, courtesy of Rich Goodwin with his jet pits. Meantime, we've got the two fighters in our Curtis formation from the bike collection. Captain, the P40F has already made its way down the line, and now comes the gleaming P76C. We're going to get the P40F into the air first, just so that it's not sitting for too long heating up on the ground. And here it goes on the roll, the P40F.
So hello to everybody that's new, that's watching. Let's hit that like so far. Thank you very much.
We were, as Colin said earlier when we were running through the flying programme, been seeing quite a few aircraft movements not directly into display. Quite a lot of the acts prefer to go off and form up and hold, say, one slot early. And we've also got aeroplanes coming and going from other display venues today. In fact, we're sharing 3 other shows around the country. The Midlands Air Festival at Ragley Hall, a display at the Shuttleworth Collection at Old Warden, and the Torbay Air Show. We've got aeroplanes going to and returning from all of those shows in amongst our own displays here at Duxford today. fact, to that end, the P47 Thunderbolt on the flight line just in front of us here at the tower is just about to start up. That's heading over to Shuttleworth. Then coming back, landing on before getting airborne again for its second sortie of the day as part of our D-Day scenario towards the end of today's show.
So yeah, just a bit of a...
But now it's time for a display team that have become very familiar at Duxford in recent seasons. Not in the guise that we're going to be seeing today, because they've expanded by an aircraft for this show weekend.
So yeah, hello to everybody that's watching on the live stream that's new, that doesn't normally watch our streams. Welcome. Thank you to everybody that's hit that like so far, much appreciated.
Display scene with one very, very experienced hand indeed.
Hello there, Kath, nice to have you here.
So in just a few moments, get ready for the very distinctive sound of 4 Russian-built Vedenev radial engines.
What? Yeah. Got the DC6 Red Bull just starting up, getting ready for going over to Midlands Air Festival. Also got the P47 started up. She is off to another air show as well. I'm not sure which one she's going to.
Okay, so after that short hiatus, they are indeed running in over the motorway end from the left. The Flying Comrades with the Yakovlev Yak-18T, 2 Yak-52s and the guest aircraft, the Yak-50.
That's alright, Steve, no problem.
And there goes the P36C getting airborne underneath them. Leading the Flying Comrades is Phil Hardesty. He's flying the 4-seat Yak 2 and 3 in the Yak-18T and the 2 Yak-50s positioning in front of us. The A-axis is what we call the display axis, running parallel to the main runways. The B-axis is the one running at 90 degrees to that. They're now in on the B for a break. The Yak-52s cross each other. The Yak-18T shows its aerobatic capabilities by pulling into a half Cubanate. And as they all clear out, look out now to the right-hand end, because Peter Kuipers is diving in with the Yak-50 to show us something of what this aircraft. To buy and operate, and very, very sturdy. And there are some really interesting design features on this aircraft, particularly if you get a view of it coming towards you. You can see it looks like the main undercarriage legs aren't fully retracted into the wings, and that's entirely correct, because it was intended for them to remain slightly exposed. In they come, incidentally, for a break. So that in the event of a student pilot deciding to, as student pilots sometimes do, land his Yak-52 while forgetting to lower the undercarriage. The aircraft wouldn't be so badly damaged. This was a design that was originally intended as a pilot trainer for the Soviet paramilitary flying training organisation DOSAF. And now another short solo from Peter Kuipers with the Yak-50. The Yak-52 was developed really as a two-seat tricycle undercarriage training version of the aerobatic Yak-50, but still with very good aerobatic capabilities of its own. Though in fact, tail dragger versions of the 52 have also been produced. Peter says he loves performing stall turns in the Yak-50, and there was a very nice one. He does comment, of course, this isn't the most powerful aircraft, so it does take quite a long while to get up there. It's part of his little stable of aircraft of his own that he has alongside flying other people's. Isn't it, these big Russian radials, this type of engine that was used by a whole host of aerobatic and utility and light transport types in the Soviet days. Of course, we can now say that the Yak-52, two aircraft out of all in this formation, is a warbird, because I'm sure you've seen recent footage from in Ukraine, where one of these armed with a machine gun managed to take out a Russian drone. opportunity to get off underneath them. From the hard runway, the P47 off to Old Warhew, back with us in a bit. We've got the Flying Bull B25 Mitchell taxiing past the control tower, and fairly shortly, I think once the comrades are all on the ground, we'll get the DC-6 backtracking into the display again, but they're off somewhere else. Incidentally, as the Fs come in, we should give a special thank you to Nigel, who's provided the Yak-18T, the formation leading aircraft, and also to the well-known Warbird owner Maxi Geitzer, whose Yak-52 has been specially borrowed for this display weekend due to the regular 52 that the team uses, or one of the regular 52s the team uses being unavailable. So thank you very much to Maxi.
So yeah, just while we've got a bit of a quiet moment, so yeah, thank you to everybody that's watching the stream from all over the world. To see once somebody's watching from Brazil, so welcome. Yeah, glad you're all enjoying it. If you could hit that like for me, because the more likes I get, the more YouTube share it out. Thank you very much, and welcome to everybody that's new as well, if I've not already said it. That's one of them. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do Sirewell or not, because like I said, I don't know if.
Very many of the display aircraft will of course be taxiing back past you as they return to their parking spots. Do show your appreciation of their efforts on this very warm day as they pass by. DC-6 then being cleared by air traffic to enter the runway for its backtrack. We've also got Team Raven to go into the air to hold.
As we've got a moment here, just a shout out to the Duxford fire team. team. They're the full-time fire service here at Duxford, and they're actually referred to as Cat 6 now. That's a higher level of fire cover here at Duxford, and partly that's to enable the DC-6 to be here this weekend.
Yes, to enable it to bring in and drop off the number of passengers it had on board for its flight over, the people from Red Bull who were coming over on it, without having to land, drop them off somewhere else before proceeding in here.
Absolutely. So
it took a lot of work, and they're a terrific team.
They are. They're full-timers as well. So well done to the Duxford Fire Service.
But in now our Curtis formation. The P36C braking vertically, the P40F going round to the north. This might not be the best known American fighter, the P-36, but it surely counts as one of the most significant. Some people have said it's the first truly modern American production fighter of the 1930s. Off goes the DC-6 underneath. P-36 started being delivered to pursuit groups, as fighter groups were then called, of the US Army Air Corps in 1938, and the following year it represented a quarter of the Corps' entire frontline strength. And another very attractive silver aircraft airborne underneath, the B-25. That's the DC-6. Soon obsolete in US Army Air Corps service, and they only saw one combat in use with the Americans. It was on a date that became known as the Day of Infamy, the 7th of December 1941, the date on which the Japanese attacked the American base at Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. One of the pilots of the 46th Pursuit Squadron, flying P-36s, Second Lieutenant Philip Rasmussen, was woken up in his barracks at Wheeler Field, Hawaii, by the sound of aircraft overhead, and he witnessed the Japanese attack out of his window. There was no time to get dressed, so he attached a .45 caliber pistol to his pajamas and went out to his aeroplane. Of course, many American aircraft were destroyed on the ground that day, but 2 P-36s and 4 P-40Cs had already launched, and then Rasmussen and 3 other pilots from his same squadron took off in their P-36As. Rasmussen's was in a natural metal finish like this one to engage the Japanese Val dive bombers and Zero fighters. They managed to shoot down 2 Vals and 1 Zero, but one of the P-36s was itself downed, and Rasmussen's itself was nearly shot down. He somehow made it back to Wheeler Field, despite having 500 bullet holes in the airframe. This was a very tough aircraft. It was also a very manoeuvrable one, despite not being very fast. It could outturn the Messerschmitt Bf-109, as the French Armée de l'Air found when they went up into combat with Hawk 75s, the export version of the P-36. during the Battle of France. The P-36 then. Clearing, the fighter collection has both this and a French Hawk 75 in its 4-strong fleet of Curtiss fighters, both of them unique, airworthy examples in Europe, and so too is the P-40F, which is running in now from the left. P-40 was the P-36's successor, and while there are some similarities, it's really a very different airframe. Of course, the most obvious difference is the fact that this has an inline as opposed to radial piston engine. This was not a good high-altitude fighter, but it excelled in other areas. By the standards of when it appeared, it made its first flight in prototype form in 1938, came into service a couple of years later. It was very long-range. And above all, it was manoeuvrable at low level, had excellent handling, providing the pilots with a very good gun platform, and it was a durable airframe. And all of that rather explains its success in the sort of theatres where the P-40 excelled. P-40s were present, as I said, in Hawaii when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. Just 25 of those at Wheeler Field and Bellows Field survived the Japanese strike. The RAF had many different marks of P-40. The Soviets used them. They were the first American-built combat aircraft flown by the Soviets during World War II. And perhaps the most famous employment was by the American volunteer group, the Flying Tigers, in the fight against the Japanese. Now, most P-40s had the Allison B17 engine, which also equipped the early North American P51 Mustangs before the Mustangs switched to the Packard-built Rolls-Royce Merlin. And this is, in fact, a Packard Merlin engined P-40. It's a P-40F model. That there was such demand for Merlins, whether built by Packard or Rolls-Royce, that there weren't really enough to supply a lot of P-40s as the war went on. So pretty soon the power plant reverted to the Allison, and the later P-40s were all Allison engined. The P-40 family across the different versions perhaps achieved its greatest successes in terms of gaining air superiority in the CBI, the China-Burma-India theatre. As well as in the Mediterranean, North Africa and the Middle East. And no fewer than 46 British and Commonwealth pilots alone achieved ace status in the P-40. They lack the glamour of the P-47 or the P-51 somehow, but this was a very, very effective aeroplane. Both of these aircraft, as I said, come from the fighter collection, one of the preeminent warbird operators here at Duxford. And they're quite late additions to the programme, brought in last week to help fill some of the gaps caused by aircraft not being able to get here for the various reasons I explained earlier. And it really isn't the work of a moment, even to bring in aircraft from a Duxford-based operator. they've got to have the aircraft serviceable and available. They've got to be able to provide ground crew. The pilots have got to be available as well. So huge thanks to TFC for coming in at short notice, both with these aircraft and the Wildcat we should be seeing later, to help bolster the programme this weekend. That was a really nice display. Brian Smith taxiing back in the P36C. An aircraft that was delivered in 1939 and served with the 1st Pursuit Group of the US Army Air Corps. And it's in the colours it wore when it was delivered, and the yellow flash on the side signifies that this was the aircraft assigned to the unit's executive officer.
So yeah, I've just been reading through some of your comments. Yeah, thank you for sticking up for me there, guys. Yeah, it is basically just because of the love of air shows, love of flying, aviation. Like me and Steve that are here now. This is why we're doing it. You know what I mean? So yeah, thank you for everybody that stuck up for me there. Thank you very much.
It's actually Brian's son, Nick Smith. But now we move straight on, and some top quality civilian formation team action coming your way now. Running in over the motorway shortly, the 6 Vans RV8s of Team Raven. Absolutely lovely and immaculate topside pass to begin with. The team in Delta formation being led by Raven 1 Simon Shirley, who is now in his 10th season as a display pilot. And this is a team made up of pilots from all sorts of different backgrounds. There are ex-military pilots, there are commercial pilots, there are private pilots, and Simon comes from an RAF background, around 5,500 hours in his logbooks. He flew multiple tours on the Tornado F3 air defence fighter, including operational sorties over the Balkans in the mid-1990s. He's also spent a lot of time as a qualified flying instructor in the RAF on the Hawk, on the Grob Tutor, and on the new Grob Prefect. And he's actually still a full-time, albeit reservist, qualified flying instructor and air experienced flight commander on the Universities of Wales Air Squadron at St Athan on the Grob Tutor. So in they come then, with Simon leading the way up for their first aerobatic manoeuvre, the Delta Loop. Calling the team into a right turn. Putting the smoke on, tightening the turn to bring the team round. Back towards display centre for an underside pass. As the smoke on the main formation goes off, we see Ravens 4 and 5 breaking away. Those are Raven 4, Gerald Williams, and Raven 5, Russ Eatwell. And they're now tipping in towards us on the B-axis in a line abreast loose formation. Coming in head on to us, pulling up, and they'll be performing a quarter vertical roll on the way up. And that transition into what's known as a quarter clover, so describing a quarter of a clover leaf. As they exit, heading away from us. General Williams Raven 4, the leader of that pairs element there, a former professional rugby player. He's been a private pilot's licence holder for 25 years, more than 2,000 hours to his credit, and he has a lot of that in ex-military jets. In spite of not having flown them in the military, the likes of the Jet Provost, Strike Master, Vampire, Venom, Hunter, L29 and L39, as well as the Wasp helicopter. Now we've got the box 4 formation back in for a big barrel roll. The idea here, of course, is to have something going on in front of you all the time, and they achieve that really well. Here come Ravens 4 and 5, once again in a stretched line astern, performing a barrel roll of their own. And then it'll be another quarter clover, which is a very useful repositioning manoeuvre. As in from the other direction, Ravens 1, 2, 3 and 6 for the Cyclone of Raven 6 rolling around the main formation. Raven 6 is Mark Southern. He is a commercial airline pilot who started out in the RAF as an air electronics operator on the Nimrod maritime reconnaissance aircraft, but he retrained as a pilot in the Jet Provost and the Hawk. He flew the Tornado GR1 strike aircraft and then as an instructor once again the Jet Provost, and he has experience on ex-military jets with Hunters and L29s. We should say here that one of the remarkable things is that these are all home-built aircraft, the Vans RV8, part of the great family of Vans RV aeroplanes that constitutes by far the world's most successful family of home-built aircraft types ever, conceived by the American Richard van Grunsven, and you can see exactly why it's so popular, because this isn't just...
So yeah, thanks to everybody that's hit that like so far, 195, thank you very much. If everybody else could like it as well, would be much appreciated, thank you.
Brilliant aerobatic capability that's been used by aerobatic display acts all over the world. Team Raven now back in a 6-ship formation in Delta. 4 and 5 are about to break, and this is the vertical split. Numbers 1, 2 and 3 heading out away from us. Half Cubans for Ravens 4 and 5. So one half of that Cuban 8 manoeuvre we saw being performed by the Yak 50 earlier. And they come in at either end, heading towards each other for the opposition pass. Breaking away from the A-axis. And as they exit, Ravens 1, 2, 3 and 6 will be heading back in, which they do from our left, back in box formation for a quarter clover leaf. Raven 2 is Peter Wells, who's been flying for as long as he's been able to. And he has more than 6,000 flying hours, all of them on tail dragger, tailwheel equipped aircraft. He went solo on his 16th birthday as a glider pilot, and he still glides enthusiastically. He specialises as an aircraft engineer. He owns a company called Zulu Glass Tech, which specialises in composite aircraft maintenance and sales. He started off powered flying as a glider tug pilot, which is a very good way in. You get a lot of takeoffs and landings, of course, and progressed onto aerobatic machines. And for many years he has flown those very attractive silent twisters, which we saw him and others fly in displays at Duxford, notably as a pair. Now, a tail chase double loop by Ravens 4 and 5. Sorry, that was the battle loop, a loose battle formation for them. As 1, 2, 3 and 6 have got ready for a run into crowd centre, and this time it's for the crossing break. Raven 3 is Barry Gwinnett. He has 36 years experience as a private pilot behind him and more than 2,300 flying hours. He's one of the founding members of the team, and he was the first of the team members to get hold of an RV8, having flown the Yak 52 in displays before that. This is the tail chase double loop by Ravens 4 and 5. Time now for Ravens 1, 2 and 3 to take centre stage. Straight in front of us, watch them as they pull into an enormous barrel roll, describing the inside of an imaginary barrel laying on its side. But back in, Simon Shirley once again pulling the formation up. Turns them left. Look out for Ravens 4 and 5 once again. Raven 5 is Russ Eatwell, former Royal Navy pilot on the Sea King helicopter and later the Sea Harrier, which he displayed at air shows, as well as the Royal Navy Historic Flight Swordfish and Seahawk, amongst others. And this, flown by him, Raven 4 Gerald Williams, is the Team Raven Heart. And it's pierced very accurately by Mark Southern, Raven 6. Ravens 1, 2 and 3 have used that to position themselves out to the west. And they're in line astern formation for the crocodile loops. Team Raven very active on the UK display circuit. They've gradually increased the number of RVs at their disposal as time has gone on, up to this 6th ship with some very experienced former display pilots like Peter Wells and Russ Eatwell coming into the team, and they've achieved international renown as well. They're very active in France. They've got a lot of display bookings in France this year. They had their first appearance over there of this season just a couple of weekends ago at the Great Vintage Aircraft Spectacular at La Ferté-Alais. And we've been delighted to have them with us at Duxford every year since 2021. They've put on a really attractive, precise, professional display, as well as a very exciting one. The team now is reforming out to the east, going round the back of Duxford Village. And they'll be reforming into a big echelon formation. Numbers 4, 5 and 6 racing to catch up and get into formation. And as they get into echelon, they'll each be breaking away individually as the smoke goes on for the Twizzles. And the leader again calling them back into formation, and they'll be back into the Delta formation in which they started this display. The leader calling all aboard, meaning they're all in formation. And we'll see them pulling up into a quarter clover leaf. So up they go. Rolling left. And it's time for their final Delta downward bomb burst. And that was an absolutely fantastic display. I give you the 2024 Team Raven.
So yeah, hope you all enjoyed that, guys. We've pulled Sally B out now onto the apron, turn around, getting her ready for
P47 back on frequency with the tower, having displayed at Old Warden, so that'll be landing in. Once we've got the RVs of Team Raven back on the ground.
So yeah, thank you to everybody who's hit that like so far and watching. This is, yeah, totally free. You ain't got to pay for it. I will say that I am filming it on just with my mobile phone on a tripod, so if it isn't great, I do apologise.
And as they taxi back to their parking spots, I think a big thank you to all the Team Raven pilots once again, to Simon Shirley, Pete Wells, Barry Gwinnett, Gerald Williams, Russ Eatwell and Mark Southern. And there's the P47 curving into land. That'll be back in the air towards the end of the programme here. But now, taking to the grass, we have one of the favourite acts on the whole of the air display circuit. Another act known throughout the world. And it's now 40 years since the operating company behind them, Aerobatics, was established by Vic Norman, one of the great performers, innovators, showmen on the British and worldwide air display circuit. And they're about to smoke the place out, the two Boeing Stearman Model 75s of the Aero Superbatics Wing Walkers. Now this team you'll have seen performing here and elsewhere in all sorts of different guises. They started out with Yugo cars, the wing walking team having been set up as part of Aero Superbatics in 1987. They then moved on, of course they were the Crunchy Flying Circus, Colin, weren't they?
They were. They were also the Utterly Butterlies,
Yes.
I think I recall. They managed to maintain that level of professionalism all those years. It's quite a remarkable achievement, as you say. Gone back 40 odd years, whatever it is.
They have. They're now unsponsored after, of course, they were bright clean wing walkers latterly, but they're now unsponsored. Because one of the things they've been able to start doing in recent years is offering these rides on the wing.
Yeah, it's remarkable, isn't it? This is the act itself is a nod back to the old barnstorming era, of course.
Yeah.
But shortly after the First World War, there were lots of aeroplanes available. The out-of-work pilots started getting pleasure flights, aerobatics in these old aeroplanes, and then, of course, the whole thing snowballed, and then they thought we've got to do something a bit more adventurous, and they started the wing walking thing. Now, back in the day, those wing walkers were strapped onto the aeroplanes, and there were some horrendous accidents. The girls that are performing towards today, they of course are strapped firmly into this apparatus on the front wing. You know, they're not just holding on with their own strength, they're actually strapped in and are connected to the aeroplane at all times. Nonetheless, they're very fit and strong because they have to do these exotic movements against 150 mile an hour headwind kind of thing.
Yes, it requires a lot of upper body strength in particular, doesn't it, to do the kind of gyrations we're going to see, because of course for quite a long time now they've had these swivelling rigs that they developed themselves.
It's amazing when you see them take off as they spin a moment ago, they were in the upside down position.
They were, and they're now about to come in. You see they've got the smoke on, they're in the formation. And they're coming in for a formation loop.
Now, we've said that the girls have got strong upper body strength. They come from a surface and dancing background. But even the rest have got to be Bristol Blenheim to be interested in doing this kind of work. And when we were talking to Kirsten yesterday, I said, how did you get into this? And as ridiculous as it seems, you know, she saw that advert and applied for the job.
Yeah, that's Kirsten Pobjoy, who's the lead wing walker in the team. She's in her 7th season with the wing walkers, and she has a background in trapeze and aerial circus. And on top of the second aircraft, we've got Emma Broadbent, who does marathons, shark cage diving, kite surfing, skydiving, and wing walking. And now here they come in towards us, side waving this time, the swivelling rigs being used to full effect.
Now, when we were chatting to them yesterday, I said, do you actually see the crowd? And she said, well, surprisingly, yes, we can. And what I would suggest is when they come round again and they're in a position where they would obviously be able to see us, give them a wave, because they really do appreciate that, because they're sort of separate from the audience, aren't they? As all of the pilots are, they're concentrating on what they're doing. But if they can see you and you wave, that just shows the appreciation that you're showing for the effort that they're putting in.
Absolutely. Now, their aircraft is the Boeing Stearman Model 75, which was known as the Cadet to the US military because it was one of the most important primary trainers, particularly during the war years, where these aircraft were among the American primary trainers from which you progress onto the advanced stage on something like the T6 Texan, or the Harvard as it was known to us. But these are no ordinary Stearmans, are they?
No, they're not. They've got much bigger engines than you would expect. 450 horsepower. They would need that much grunt, as it were, because of the extra weight of the wing walker and the drag that the wing walkers would obviously bring to the dynamic of flying. Here they go. They can see you now. Give them a big wave. Come on.
And they're about to brake.
Oh dear. That's a moment ago. To do this professionally, but if you do want to do this, if you're watching now and you think, actually I'd have a go at that, and lots of people do this because of the challenge of it all. Some people do it also as a fundraising charity.
Yes, indeed.
And if you do want to do that, then get in touch with the wing walkers. You can sign up to do exactly that from their lovely airfield up in Gloucestershire.
It's beautiful, Rencombe, yes.
Yeah. If you Google wing walkers, you'll be able to find out how to get onto their website, which is
GoWingWalking.com.
There you go, that's easy to remember.
Yes. Now they are performing punches and kicks on top of the wings as they come in for the opposition bumps. So there they are, diving down to gain a bit of speed and energy, and they're both pulling up in unison. Whoa, over the top.
It must be quite a ride, mustn't it?
Yes, yes. Now we're talking about these aircraft have basically got the same engine as the Harvard in them now, the 450 horsepower Pratt & Whitney. The standard Stearman has, I think, 220 horsepower engines, about that of various types. But the type of aircraft you were talking about earlier, Colin, that they were using in the 20s and 30s were nothing like this. They weren't Stearmans. They were things like Curtiss Jennies.
Yeah, so feeble by comparison.
Yes, yes. So the advent of aerobatic, for properly aerobatic wing walking, was something of a step forward. Now you can see they're lying on their sides and they're doing side waving. Yeah, we can see that as they come in for the 45 cross. One from one 45-degree angle, the other from the other. And they're pretty much exactly on the display day right now. And it doesn't just take the efforts, of course, of the two wing walkers to make this a great show. We have got two super pilots in these aircraft. Flying in the lead is Dave Barrell. Now, he has been with the wing walkers for a very long time indeed. He learned to fly locally at Marshall's Airfield in Cambridge, and we talked earlier about how one of the Team Raven pilots built up ours flying glider tug aircraft. Well, Dave flew skydiving aeroplanes, and he started flying a Stearman and the Yak-52 at local air displays around East Anglia before he joined the aerobatics team in 2006.
You were talking about the engines on these aircraft. Of course, the ailerons have also been altered.
Ah, yes.
Because they need very powerful ailerons to handle the balance of the aircraft.
Yes, indeed they do. Dave Barrell knows this like the back of his hand now. He has flown in excess of 1,350 displays, and he's flown something like 7,000 members of the public now.
7,000? Wow.
That's what it says here. Many celebrities. He's one of the most experienced wing walking pilots in the world. Vic Norman, the team founder, probably the most experienced, I just think, but Dave runs him a close second. Interestingly, Vic told me that when the team goes to China, which it still does when they're hired to appear out there, they're still known in China to this day as UBB, Utterly Butterly Button Stores, years after the sponsorship finished. But this team has brought wing walking to countries that have never seen it before. Imagine when they first went to China, nobody there would have ever seen anything like this.
No, and I think it's a nod to the safety aspects.
Indeed, just for a moment, getting onto the airborne underneath the glorious Orca Fury 1 is the Star collection. And I suspect, following it on with the Supermarine Spitfire 1A of Imperial War Museums, that'll be our next act, but the wing walkers climbing above them for their next manoeuvre. in a handstand and crucifix position.
Crucifix, oh, so it was crucifying.
Flying the number 2 aircraft alongside Dave today is Steve Nugent. He's someone we know well at Duxford. He comes from an ex-RAF background. He flew the Lightning and Phantom fighters. He instructed on the Tucano and Hawk trainers. And he also started flying warbirds for operators based at Duxford and elsewhere, the Spitfire, the Mustang, the Corsair and the Sea Fury amongst others, as well as aerobatic types at air shows, the Pit Special and the Extra 300. He joined Virgin Atlantic when he took up a commercial flying career and spent 21 years as a training with them, ending up as a training captain on the Boeing 787 Dreamliner. We really have to mention Colin, Steve Nugent, the number 2 pilot here. He holds a genuinely exceptional aviation record because while he was working for Virgin, Steve and his wife Anna built a Vans RV, not dissimilar to the one we saw Team Raven fly, and he flew it solo from England to Cape Town and back, and the record that he set for doing that flight beat the record set by none other in 1939 than Alex Henshaw in the Percival New Gull. It had taken that long, 70 years, for the record to be broken, and Steve did it in a Vans RV.
Amazing, but he built it himself.
Yeah, he's now a freelance corporate pilot and also flies gliders, and he holds various aviation awards, including a Queen's Commendation for valuable services in the air and the Master's Medal from the Honourable Company of Air Pilots. Now you can see he's got back into close formation with the lead aircraft. Incidentally, of course, we've got Emma Broadbent, as I say, on the aircraft being flown by Steve, and she's now in her 3rd season with Aero Superbatics.
So when they come round, they'll be able to see you, give them a wave one more time, give them the encouragement and appreciation of this quite amazing display.
And this is around the time of this display where we start to see them manoeuvring even more on top of these aeroplanes. And you can see there, they're no longer on the rig on top of the aircraft, but they are still attached.
Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it, to be able to do that. This equipment that they're using, of course, specially designed to enable this act to perform in the way that it does. And as we said earlier, the girls are always attached to the aeroplane.
And they'll have a great view of you on this next pass, on these 2 passes there in what they call the goose position on top of the aeroplane.
I imagine it might take a little while to get all the flies out of your teeth and out of your eyes and all sorts.
I was going to say, if there are any representatives in the crowd of a toothpaste manufacturer, then this is the team to sponsor.
Yes. But a very entertaining act, definitely.
Absolutely super. There's really been nothing to touch them when it comes to this over the years, and as we say, 40 years now for Aero Superbatics, and there aren't too many people who've made a living solely from air displays so successfully as Vic Norman has. Now they are continuing to be unstrapped from the rig, and this is one of the favourite poses for them on the wing, the arabesque on this pass. bypassed of this display before they come into land. So the smoke going on, your final chance to show how much you've enjoyed this display to the pilots Dave Farrell and Steve Nugent and the ring walkers Kirsten Hobjoy and Emma Wilson. Cockpit wave. Well, we were talking there about the golden days of the interwar years from a civilian flying perspective, when barnstorming was all the rage in the United States, flying circuses in the UK. But it was also a time when the Royal Air Force, as the 1930s progressed, was rearming with new equipment. And one of the most dramatic transitions took place in aviation history, that from biplane to monoplane. And we're about to see that era recalled in unique fashion by two RAF fighters that represent that switch from the biplane to the monoplane as far as Royal Air Force Fighter Command, which was founded in 1936, was concerned. We have the world's sole airworthy Hawker Fury 1, and we have the Supermarine Spitfire 1A, and in they run, over the motorway from the left. what we have in front of us now is not just the sole airworthy Hawker Fury biplane in the world, but the sole surviving Fury biplane in the world also. In many ways, this is the quintessential interwar RAF biplane fighter, the second in the line of frontline Hawker biplanes after the Hart light bomber. The Fury first flew in 1931. It entered service the same year with number 43 Squadron, whose markings this aircraft carries. The Fury grew up from a submission in 1928 from the Hawker Company for a new RAF Interceptor. The design's performance was transformed when Rolls-Royce's new V12 engine, which went on to be named the Kestrel, soon came about. This was the first RAF fighter to be able to exceed 200 miles an hour. It was very, very agile. It had splendid climb performance for interception tasks, though the corollary of that was a trade-off in terms of range. Just 117 Mark I Furies like this were built for the RAF, starting with number 43 Squadron. And at 1930s air displays, such as those at RAF Hendon, they put on spectacular performances, just as this one did at RAF Tangnea on Empire Air Day in 1937, when it was flown by Flight Lieutenant Frederick Rosier, later Air Chief Marshal Sir Frederick Rosier, and post-war Air Officer Commanding of Fighter Command. Restored by Aero Vintage for its operators, the historic aircraft collection, it flew again from Goodwin, not far from Tangnea, where it used to be based with number 43 Squadron in 2012. And we're delighted to see it back after a few years' absence from the circuit this year. But in runs IWM's own Spitfire 1A. The monoplane fighter revolution had already been heralded by the appearance of the Hawker Hurricane, but its maiden flight towards the end of 1935 was of course on the 5th of March 1936 that the prototype Supermarine Spitfire took to the air from Eastleigh in Southampton, and it was here in 1938 at RAF Duxford that number 19 Squadron received the first operational RAF Spitfire Mark Is. This aircraft was built at the Supermarine Works at Eastleigh in Southampton in 1939. April 1940 saw its delivery to number 19 Squadron at Duxford. It was destined, however, to perform only one operational wartime mission. That was on the opening day of Operation Dynamo, the evacuation of the British Expeditionary Force from Dunkirk on the 26th of May 1940. occasion it was flown by the squadron CO, squadron leader Jeffrey Stevenson, who shot down the Luftwaffe Junkers U-87 Stuka dive bomber, but then he himself fell victim to Luftwaffe guns. Crash landing the Spitfire successfully on a beach at Sangatte near Calais and was captured. He spent the rest of the war as a POW, not least the period in Colton's Castle. The Spitfire gradually sank, but it was eventually recovered, rebuilt here at Duxford by Historic Flying and the Aircraft Restoration Company, and flown again 10 years ago. The only flying aircraft in the IWM's fleet, and very often you can find it in Duxford's Battle of Britain exhibition, which is situated in the very same hangar in which number 19 Squadron used to keep its Spitfires such as this. Already on the ground from that display of late 30s fighter evolution is the Historic Aircraft Collection's Fury 1. One of the many absolutely wonderful restorations to have emerged from Guy Black's facilities in the south of England. Guy, the mastermind behind so much that's great in British historic aircraft
so
operations.
just behind us now we've got the Bristol Blenheim
flying the Fury
P51 Mustang,
the Spitfire 1A now in the circuit
Miss Helen.
land.
I'm not sure what the third aircraft is. I think it might be a Spit.
And as the Spitfire 1A comes into land, we have got 3 aircraft now from the Aircraft Restoration Company, which operates this Spitfire 1A, the serial N3200, to recover from the Torbay Airshow. I believe we've got the Blenheim, we've got the Spitfire PR11, both of which we'll be seeing in their own slots in today's show later on this afternoon, and we should also have the P51D Mustang Miss Helen. The JRC operates for its owner Robert Tyrrell, and that's another of the aircraft along with the 2-seat Spitfires from ARC that will be flying later, that forms part of their Warbird Flights Operation aerial collective that you can find out much more about here on the ground. Into land is Dave Ratcliffe in the Spitfire 1A. Oh, and look out now, to the right, in for a run and break, a formation you don't see every day. Blenheim, Spitfire PR11 and P51D Mustang. Very, very nice indeed. As you can see, invasion stripes applied to the Spitfire and the Mustang, as they have been to quite a few warbirds that don't ordinarily carry them for the D-Day 80th anniversary commemorations. Well, while we wait for those aircraft to land, our next item is going to be our salute to the 8th Air Force, particularly during the D-Day period. We'll shortly be seeing B17 Sally B backtracking the runway to its parking spot up at the motorway end of the airfield. And we are absolutely thrilled to have with us today someone for whom the appearance of the B17 in Duxford skies could hardly be more meaningful. Colin.
Yes, I'm delighted to be joined by a veteran of the 8th Army Air Force, and it's Casey Brokowski. Casey, it's great to see you here at Duxford. I hope you're having a fantastic day.
I'm honored and pleasure to be here today among all these fans, let's say. I love it, and I hope I can do it forever.
Well, I hope so too. And let me just mention that you flew...
Oh yes, getting the Blenheim parking right in front of me.
Waist gunner on a B-17. That was a pretty dangerous occupation.
Well, I had a good crew, good, and all the crews at the first was great. And
So yeah, these three left yesterday, the P51, the photo reconnaissance Spitfire and the Bristol Blenheim, to go down south for another air show, and they've just returned.
I was 18 at the time.
18 years old. What were your impressions when you arrived in England?
Well, when I arrived in England, I thought I was going to experience the greatest excitement in my life, and as it turned out, that came true, only in a different way.
In a different way. Didn't I gather you got shot down on
Exactly. I thought I was going to win the war when I got there, but as it turned out, I suffered the fate of many other brave gentlemen out there, and I was shut down on my 15th mission.
Wow, and you were perhaps fortunate in the sense that you survived, in fact, because the losses were terrible, weren't they?
Well, in that incident, just 3 of us survived that incident, and we were actually made prisoners of war at that time.
Prisoners of war. How long did you spend then as a prisoner of war?
We were, I myself was a prisoner of war for 14 months.
And that's 14 months.
And
that's enough, isn't it?
Oh, more than enough. More than enough time spent in 2 prison camps. The first one was in East Prussia, and we were evacuated out of that Prussia.
So hello to everybody that's watching. To all my new subscribers, thank you for joining us at Duxford.
Germans had nowhere to put us.
Just getting the B17 taxiing out now.
That camp and sent us to
That taxiing down the runway. Thank you to everybody that's hit that like, much appreciated. If you haven't already hit the like, if you wouldn't mind hitting it for me, just definitely helps the channel and gets this video out there.
And this time, we marched 84 days to Germany, from over on the Baltic Sea, all the way down to Leipzig, where we were finally liberated by General Patton's forces there.
Fantastic. And just let me ask you about how you felt about the way the English reacted to you in East Anglia.
Well, that was sort of a joke with us.
Oh, yeah.
We thought it was funny, but I personally could understand their sentiment there. And what their thoughts were, that the problem with the Yanks in England was that they were over there, oversexed, and overpaid. we thought that was a tremendous joke. But then we kind of sat back and thought about it, and we realized with what they went through, they had more than just a right to claim something like that. Yeah. We sort of agree with them that they had it tough. They had it tough.
well, we think you guys had it tough as well in the 8th Air Force. Terrible losses your comrades suffered, and I'd just like to say on behalf of everybody here today, thank you for what you did back in the day. And it's been a real privilege, Casey, to meet you today. Thanks very much for your time.
You're more than welcome. I enjoyed it tremendous.
Casey Precoci, veteran of the 8th Army Air Force, based at Ridgewell, and he was a waist gunner.
So I don't know if most of you guys heard that. That was a veteran from the Second World War. I don't know if you've seen the Apple TV show Masters of the Air. He was one of the veterans from that.
Yes, that would be my
100th birthday. Fantastic.
100 years old.
Let me shake your hand. Tremendous stuff. Ben, back to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Colin, and thank you so much to Casey. And, well, we're so privileged to have him here at this moment because the Boeing B-17G Flying Fortress Sally B, the only example of this type still flying in Europe, in the skies where once thousands upon thousands of American heavy bombers took to the air, is about to display for us. And I'm sure there will be a few memories flooding back over the next few moments.
I'll share it with you for a bit.
In particular this weekend, we recall D-Day, and therefore the 8th Air Force's part in it. Crews of the 8th Air Force briefed their first missions on the 6th of June 1944 at 3:30 in the morning, and fighters of the mighty 8th were over the patrol areas that they were to fly just under an hour later. P51 Mustangs, like the one we're about to see, and P47 Thunderbolts, one of which we'll see later, provided a screen for the invasion forces, flying either side of the main trajectories of the landing vessels and in an arc inland of the beaches. In fact, the only Allied aircraft allowed to operate directly above the shipping were the P-38 Lightnings of the US Army Air Forces, those twin boom fighters. That because their appearance was so obvious that they wouldn't fall victim to so-called friendly fire incidents. B-17s and B-24s began their attacks on D-Day at 6 o'clock that morning. They targeted enemy gun batteries, coastal strong points, and other installations along a 6-mile stretch of the Normandy coast, covering all the landing beaches except Utah Beach. The aim was to disorientate and demoralise the defending forces as the seaborne assault began early that morning. Fully 1,361 flying fortresses and liberators were involved, and also airborne were fighters such as this, the Mustang. And bombers fired on D-Day. The second bomber wave involved no fewer than 75 squadrons of B-17s. As the day went on, they were trying to disrupt the movement of German reserve forces towards the D-Day battlefields. And very appropriately, we're soon to see the Mustang and the Flying Fortress forming up as a pair to represent the escort missions.
So yeah, while we're just waiting for the B17 and P51 to come back in, just like to say a big thank you again. Everybody that's watching, supporting, been sticking up for me in the live chat. The live chat isn't working for me, I'm afraid. I'm phone for today for some reason, but it is what it is. But I've got monitors in there and stuff as well. So thank you very much. Also like to welcome everybody that's watching from other places in the world. Thank you very much. Cheers for joining us. So yeah, I would like to give a big shout out to Borsight as well. He's also a fellow simmer for Microsoft 2020. He's got his own YouTube channel as well. So if you are in the sim and you do use it, definitely recommend watching some of his videos, because he goes into a lot more detail than me, starting aircraft and stuff like that. Thank you. Cheers, Borsight.
The thing, of course, to remember about the 8th Air Force's operations with its heavy bombers, the B17s and B54s in the European theatre, was that they were conducted by daylight. Their main tactic was raids against German industrial facilities and transport and resupply networks, for example the rail marshalling yards and junctions. But initially there was no escort fighter able to escort them all the way to their targets. For example, on the 14th of October 1973, no fewer than 77 B-17s were lost, either on or after a raid to a German ball bearing plant facility in Schweinfurt. But later there arrived the P-47 Thunderbolts and P-51s that could fly with them deep into Germany, and as the Allies gained air superiority, losses decreased, although flak was still a significant danger.
Nice underside pass there, bomb bay doors open.
And conditions for the crews who flew on board these American heavy bombers at altitude were not the best. It was noisy, it was cold, they had little in the way of personal armour plating or protective equipment, and then there was the ever-present threat of enemy action. It's because of these exploits in the European theatre that B-17 Sally B, operated from Duxford privately by B-17 Preservation, headed up by the amazing Ali Sallingbow, is such a significant flying memorial, not just to the US 8th Air Force, but to all American airmen who served in the European theatre of World War II. The aircraft doesn't receive any official support for its flying activities, so it's dependent on largely donations as well as memberships of the Sally B Supporters Club, and you can join up here today at Duxford from the stand in front of where the aircraft is parked. This final pass, solo of the B17 today, is carried out not only in honour of all the members of the Sally B Supporters Club with smoke on to represent 2 damaged engines, but also to long-time B17 Preservation Sally B team member Darren Smith, who passed away recently. The thoughts of all the Sally B team are with him. Not only is Sally B now the only surviving airworthy B-17 in Europe, there are now only 3 B-17s flying in the world currently, the other 2 in the United States. Not just one other, as I said yesterday, but another one was taken to the air again fairly recently after a bit of an absence. The significance of Sally B, therefore, to our scene seems to get greater and greater as the years go on. But now, solo, diving in spectacularly from the left is the Mustang. On D-Day it wasn't just the US Army Air Forces that flew Mustangs, the RAF flew them as well, and not the Packard Merlin engine versions we see here, but the older Allison-engined Mustangs of different marks in the tactical reconnaissance role, in which that aircraft, which had proved so disappointing in many ways as a fighter, really excelled. And this is a very special Mustang because it's the newest one on the British Airshow circuit. It's owned by Fighter Aviation Engineering, and it's actually an Australian Commonwealth Aircraft Corporation built CA-18 Mustang Mark 21. It arrived with air leasing at Sywell late last year, having been shipped over from Australia. And it made its maiden flight in the UK on the day of our VE Day flying day here at Duxford in early May, and it undertook its second flight on UK shores into Duxford, so we could all have a look at it. And the colour scheme on this aircraft is quite something. It's painted as a P51D with the name Jersey Jerk on the nose. Personal aircraft of Captain Donald Strait when he was the commanding officer of the 361st Fighter Group, part of the US Army Air Force's 8th Air Force at Martlesham Heath near Ipswich. He'd started out in combat in P-47 Thunderbolts. He named all his aircraft Jersey Jerk because he came from New Jersey. He wanted to use the name Jersey Bounce, but that was already on another aircraft, so his crew chief suggested that since anyone who went into combat in a single-engine fighter and flew it across the North Sea had to be a bit of a jerk, he went for Jersey Jerk. The name stuck. And when the 361st Fighter Group converted to P51s in November 1944, the very same day, Strait became the CO and the Mustang became his new Jersey Jerk. He ended the war with 13.5 confirmed aerial victories. And he later became very familiar with Duxford because he was a great supporter of the American Air Museum project when it was in its gestation, and he came here several times in support.
So I've just got news. Red 10 is on his way in his helicopter. So just so we get here for when the Reds come in.
Incidentally, just going back to Sally B there, it was being flown by Peter Kuipers and Paul Schluer, and they've gone off to display at the
also would like to give a shout out to Coningsby Live, crazy about aviation as well. I don't know if he is here, but hello Martin if you are. Martin is also a fellow streamer, but he does real world stuff. He's got his own channel as well, so if you want to go and give him a look, he does live streams at RAF Coningsby, Lakenheath, Mildenhall, Marham, Bryce, RAF Valley, so pretty much any airbase in the UK.
I'd like to be just like him. Sharp as a tack.
Our absolute privilege to have him here today, and especially at that moment.
So yeah, we're just getting the Swordfish coming into shot now from Navy Wings. It's based at North Weald this weekend.
I think tends to get rather neglected in comparison with, say, the activities of the US Army Air Forces or the RAF, and it's the activities of the Fleet Air Arm of the Royal Navy, because Fleet Air Arm fighters and artillery spotting aircraft were airborne over the D-Day beaches on the 6th of June 1944. Later, torpedo bomber reconnaissance units of the FAA came into action, and among the types used by the Fleet Air Arm during the D-Day period, remarkably, given how outmoded it was by that stage, was this, running in from Navy Wings at RNAS Yeovilton, the Ferry Swordfish 1. So you might wonder how
very beautiful
this
aircraft.
airplane came to have an operational role on D-Day, because it was already obsolete by the time of its better-known achievements of World War II, like the attack on the Italian fleet in port in Taranto, and the part Swordfish played in sinking the German battleship Bismarck. But in 1944, it still had some very important roles to play, not least during the D-Day invasion. Swordfish of 819 Squadron, stationed at Manston in Kent, were among the Allied aircraft that were involved in laying smoke screens to cover the passage of troopship convoys across the Channel, because they needed to carry on functioning during the invasion. They planned to use motor launchers, but too few of them with the necessary equipment were available. So Swordfish were called in instead, and
so if also somebody said in the comments as well, Ted Coningsby, give him a shout out as well. He does real world live streams as well.
And that wasn't the only way in which Swordfish were used on D-Day. 838 Squadron flew them from Harrowbeer in Devon for night patrols off the Brittany coast against German E-boats, Germany's fast patrol craft. 816 Squadron, along with two squadrons of rather more modern Grumman Avengers, had Swordfish at Perranporth in Cornwall for anti-U-boat patrols. Really the key role. Also,
I'd like to give Planes TV a shout out as well. He does a lot of big world stuff, goes all over the world filming.
Ports in the Bay of Biscay region and enter the
does quite a lot of live streams at Heathrow.
These operations became known as Channel Stop. The idea was to flood part of the southwestern approaches with aircraft so no subs could pass through on the surface without being attacked. So Royal Navy escort carriers, as the Mustang comes into land underneath, were positioned 150 miles west of Land's End. And there was that need to protect, as I say, the cross-channel troop ship.
I've just been told I've just hit 400 likes. Thank you very much, everybody.
Command's operational control for Overlord. Eventually, 17 Fleet Air Arm squadrons received battle honours for their roles in Operation Neptune, which was the D-Day invasion itself, Overlord being the code name for the wider Battle of Normandy. And there was a cost because 2 Supermarine Seafire pilots from number 3 Naval Fighter Wing lost their lives on D-Day itself. There's actually another very direct link with the Fleet Air Arm on D-Day, present on the airfield in the gun butts, the old RAF station gun butts, just behind
So we've
to
got
the left of the
the
control tower. There's a beach
P51 Jersey Jerk taxi back in. When she gets a little bit closer, I'll get some shots of
and
with
this
the paint
aircraft
scheme
was
on.
in use with the Fleet Air Arm in the colours it's recently been put back into at the time of D-Day. And here the observer waving from the back of the Swordfish. That Beach Traveller, while it was in Fleet Air Arm use in 1944, is known to have probably landed at least once at Royal Naval Air Station Lyon-Solent, which was much the busiest Royal Navy air station on D-Day, with multiple squadrons of Seafires and a few Spitfires as well, and other aircraft stationed there. That aeroplane was recently changed hands following the death of its long-time former owner, Bill Charney. Been in Europe for some time now, and shortly be heading back home. This Swordfish, for so long part of the Royal Navy historic flight before it disbanded, now part of the civilian Navy Wings heritage flight, and it's about to come in for its final pass. Not landing here today, but operating from North Wales and heading back to its home at Yoleton. And you can see Navy Wings have just put the aircraft into D-Day invasion stripes to salute the role of Swordfish in particular and the Fleet Air Arm more generally on D-Day. Off back to Yoleton then, and that was a beautiful presentation of the fish by the chief pilot of the Navy Wings Heritage Flight, Andy Mum Davis.
So while we've got a little bit of a quiet bit again, so next week, me and Mrs. Go Squadron and a few of our friends are going over to Normandy. I'm hoping to get some videos. I don't think I'm going to be able to do a live stream because I won't be able to carry everything because we're going on the motorbike. There's about 15 of us going. We go on Wednesday morning at 6 o'clock to Folkestone to get the Eurostar over to Calais and then drive down to Normandy on the bikes. And we come back on Sunday, so I'll try and get as many videos and stuff as I can when I'm there, and I'll load them up when I get home.
Oh, and we've got the wing walkers wanting to depart to Recon. Team Raven then taxiing, and the two steermen of the wing walkers heading out onto the runway to head home. But even they after stopping at home, they've got one more display to still do today.
Just told Steve about the Reds coming in from Bryce. He's very happy because he works there himself. He's there with us this weekend, one of the other fellow flyers. And funny enough, this is where we actually met, but in the sim world.
Chance to say farewell to them for another year.
By random, he was flying a Spit, I was flying a Spit. I sent him a friend's request, and we've been flying. How long we've been flying together now for, Steve? About 3-4 years, isn't it? Also, I'd like to give a shout out to Team Viper as well. Some of the boys are here this weekend. Mordecai was here yesterday. Sam is up by the, I think it's the 146. He's come here this weekend, seen him earlier on. First time we've met, so yeah, nice to meet him. And we'll meet the rest of them when we go to Sywell at the end of the month. Don't know about if I'm going to be doing a live stream there or not, because I don't know if I can, but I'll find out. If I can, I'll do one. If I can't, then we'll just have to leave it as that, I'm afraid. I'll just get some videos and then upload them when I get home. So yeah, I've just been told Red 10 is somewhere behind me in I think it's a Juno helicopter. Also, I will be doing East Kirby Airshow again this year. Last year was a bit of a washout last year, but hopefully we'll be doing something there as well.
The rest of the afternoon. You'll remember earlier we mentioned how the 3 parachute dropping Douglas C-47s of Aero Legends, the Commemorative Air Force and the Tunison Foundation we're going to be coming in here before our D-Day scenario to load back up with parachutists to fly off to Normandy. Well, there's been a slight delay to their programme. They're currently on the ground at North Weald, I'm told, refuelling, before they come here, but they're not going to be able to make that slot. But we will still see them. They'll be coming in to emplane the parachutists now after the Red Arrows have finished. The Red Arrow slot is at 5 o'clock, so we expect it'll be perhaps slightly earlier than 5:30, but around then that the C-47s now land in here to take the parachutists on and depart again. So a slight extension to the programme, because the Red Arrows of course have a fixed slot time at 5 o'clock. So that'll be a nice way to go into the evening hours, hopefully in some lovely light, to watch the 3 C-47s taking on the paras and heading over to France. Team Raven then, on departure.
Greetings from Cape Town. I'll just answer that question in a second. Let's get Team Raven leaving. So yes, somebody's just asked if the Reds will be doing a full display. I'm hoping so with these skies. It's got a little bit of cloud, but visibility is looking good, so hopefully we should get a full display. And that is at 5 o'clock till just before past, I think. we have got the DC6 and the B25 Mitchell waiting to come in.
Juno.
Here's a Juno now.
With Red 10 on board. That's going to be parking up at that end of the airfield, just in front of the blister hangars next to the motorway.
So here's Red 10 arriving.
Now, time for our international guests to take centre stage in front of us from the remarkable collection of the Flying Bulls, the Red Bull-sponsored historic aircraft fleet based at Salzburg Airport in Austria. We have two exquisite multi-engined American types.
In comes the DC6 and the B25 Mitchell.
live in the extraordinary Hangar 7 complex at Salzburg, built as a showcase for the Flying Bulls fleet. And this is only the second time we've seen the DC-6 over in the UK for an airshow appearance. It's now the only flying example of this type in Europe. And with the aerobatic DC-6 and the Swiss Breitling Super Constellation having been grounded, this DC-6 from the Flying Bulls is now the last bastion of four-engined, piston-powered airliners flying on the European continent. The DC-6 first took to the air in 1946 and it entered service with American Airlines and United Airlines the following year. It became the first Douglas transport aircraft to exceed a cruise speed of 300 miles an hour. Now under Delta Airlines, another early user employed the slogan "None faster, none finer, to and through the South" when they started flying these magnificent four Pratt & Whitney double wasp 18-cylinder radial engine transports. From the original DC-6 model came the slightly stretched DC-6A, passenger and freighter combi with a cargo door, and then an all-passenger version of that, the DC-6B, like this one, There were domestic and transoceanic versions seating up to 89 people. And it enabled something of an airline first when in 1952 Pan American launched tourist-class transatlantic services with DC-6s. There hadn't been an airliner before that Pan Am could choose to operate that had the operating economics to make possible cheaper flights across the pond. Pan Am famously also used them for some years on its services to and from West Berlin's Tempelhof Airport before the Boeing 727 Trijet took over. And in their heyday, DC-6s were used also by many European and other airlines, including famously in the UK, British Eagle and Caledonian. And the operating economics of the DC-6 ensured that it still had a role to play in commercial air travel, even after the first jet airliners arrived. This was in fact an aircraft originally designed to meet a military requirement. They didn't have a need for it at the time, the US military, but they did end up in US Air Force and US Navy service. A VC-118 model named Independence was President Harry S. Truman's first presidential transport. Another one was John F. Kennedy's first Air Force One. 537 DC-6s were built, 167 military versions, the last of them in 1958, and this very one was the second to last built. Along with the very last one, was delivered new to the Yugoslav airline JAT and given a VIP interior for use by President Marshal Tito and other officials. And it carried on in that role when it was transferred to the Yugoslav Air Force. In 1975 it was donated to the Zambian Air Force, and now another head of state, President Kenneth Kaunda, started flying in it. In the end, it was abandoned at Lusaka, but the last two DC-6s were acquired by Namibia Commercial Aviation and operated on charters. Eventually they were retired by that operator as well, and it was then that Ziggy Angara, the co-founder of the Flying Bulls, saw it was up for sale. He went to Namibia, concluded the deal. The aircraft was delivered to Salzburg in July 2000. It was given a ground-up restoration and it flew again in August 2004. And it goes all over Europe on not just air display appearances, but also Red Bull business. It's flown many Red Bull supported athletes in various disciplines, and in fact, only this past week before the aircraft came to Duxford, it went to Llanbedr in Wales to fly as part of a Red Bull mountain biking event at Machynlleth, and as part of that some of you might have seen some rather spectacular photos of this aircraft going through at low level the famous Mach Loop. But now, continuing our D-Day theme, in runs the B-25J Mitchell.
So yeah, I've just got a message off on the live chat from Louise. just that have just put a big smile on Chris's face. He's been in hospital very recently, and I'm glad that I've been able to do that for you, mate. Get well, get better, get yourself back out there to some air shows, mate.
Employment during the D-Day period, but not by the US Army Air Forces, by the RAF. 3 squadrons of RAF Mitchells were stationed at Dunsfold in Surrey, numbers 98, 180 and 320 as part of the 2nd Tactical Air Force. 320 was a Dutchman squadron, and on D-Day they attacked German troop concentrations, they attacked bridges on supply routes. Later they went on to fly from Ford airfields in France. Underneath it, and making light work of Duxford's relatively short runway, the Flying Bull's DC-6, and it was the subject of, I thought, an absolutely gorgeous presentation by the chief pilot for fixed-wing aircraft of the Flying Bulls, and I think one of the finest exponents of piston-engine historic aircraft in Europe, Raimund Wiedmann. You can see something here of the agility which the B-25 possessed. An aircraft that flew in all major theatres, for its famous exploit, the so-called Doolittle raid against Tokyo, one of the Japanese cities in April 1942, led by Lieutenant Colonel Jimmy Doolittle. 16 B-25s flew off the aircraft carrier USS Hornet to make the first strike of World War II against mainland Japan. Its success militarily wasn't that great, but it was a significant morale boost for the US in the months following Pearl Harbor. But this was, as I say, a tremendously versatile machine, used throughout the Pacific campaigns by the US Army Air Forces and US Navy, in North Africa with the Army Air Forces, and in Europe by the RAF, plus other overseas air arms. This one, not a World War II veteran, another beautifully polished restoration by the Flying Bulls, which took 25,000 hours of work to complete. And it's fully civilianised. You might have noticed when it was on the ground, it has its gun turrets fared over, it's got a weather radar under one wing, and that's one of the reasons the aircraft was able to get through the bad weather here on Friday when some other aircraft couldn't make it over from the continent. You might have noticed there, incidentally, the B-25 was concentrating its display rather further to the west, further to the right-hand end of the airfield than has been the case for most of the displays up to now today. That's because we have congested traffic on the M11 in one direction. You might be able to see the lorries over there, and when that's the case, because of the position of the motorway in relation to the airfield, we have to move the display centre point, the display datum, further to the west, up towards the American Air Museum end of the airfield. So this will be the case up until such time as the motorway traffic in that direction gets on the move again. Thank you very much for your understanding about that. The Flying Bulls, B-25 J Mitchell then, into land, flown in today's display by a crew headed by Frederik Handelman. Next up, carrying on our presentation of aircraft active in the D-Day period, which we obviously interrupted there for the DC-6. We've got two Spitfires that we haven't seen flying together before in these colour schemes. In they come, the 11 and the 14. We're happy with having the Mark 14 in this formation. It's not the one just known as the Spitfires that were active on D-Day, but the local Griffin engines as well. Four squadrons of the Air Defence of Great Britain, ADCB, which provided evidence against the defence of our shores at that time. 62 Griffin engine Spitfires on the stretch, and one of the most potent fighters ADCB had at that time. The known as the RAF. In the run-up to D-Day, the RAF's photographic reconnaissance squadrons, notably the Spitfires and de Havilland Mosquitoes, had a crucial task to play in providing photographic intelligence for the invasion planners of exactly what the current situation was regarding the presence of German coastal defences, gun sites, airfields and the like. They helped, for example, in the construction of the detailed maps that the invasion planners needed. And so number 16 Squadron, part of the 2nd Tactical Air Force, RAF, flew many Spitfire missions in the lead up to the 6th of June, these aircraft flying alone and unarmed. On the 6th of June itself, the operations record book for number 16 Squadron said, "The great day at last, D-Day." Even though from the tempo of things recently the squadron has been saying to themselves, any minute now, it was still a surprise, except for the CO, whom we suspect had a clue. Each photographic reconnaissance Spitfires were airborne again 0700 hours. On the 6th of June, they flew 16 sorties. They were hampered to some degree by the weather. And despite one Spitfire being chased by a Messerschmitt Bf-109, the attacking Luftwaffe fighter was chased away by another Spitfire, which shot it down, so 16 suffered no losses. But now, in comes the Spitfire 40. Spitfire 14s like this were in service on D-Day with number 91 Squadron at Westmaling in Kent, with number 322 Dutch Squadron at Harstad Bridge, and further to the west, number 610 Squadron at Harrowby had Mark 14s. And on D-Day, they had a really interesting mission to perform. They escorted Hawker Typhoon fighter bombers on an attack mission to targets in the German-occupied Channel Islands in order to stop German E-boats that were based there from potentially interfering with the Allied invasion. And they were joined in dive of low-level strikes on enemy shipping in the western approaches by earlier Griffin engine Spitfire 12s of number 41 Squadron at Bolt Head. the invasion as the Allies moved onwards through northern France. Spitfire 14s equipped very large numbers of 2nd Tactical Air Force squadrons stationed at Ford airfields in those newly liberated areas. This one, owned by Fighter Aviation Engineering, has just been put back into the original colours it wore when it was in service in the early post-war years with the Royal Indian Air Force. We've never seen a Spitfire flying in the UK in Indian Air Force colours. It looks absolutely stunning, and it represents yet again another facet of the Spitfire's operational history.
I can't remember. Yeah, it probably was. Yeah, you might. I don't know actually.
Well, I thought that was a joyous presentation of the of both Spitfires there. There is, Colin, you were just saying to me, something about the Griffon noise that's especially
So yeah, just had a
potent.
look at the likes on the stream. 430 something. Thank you very much, everybody who's watching. Let's hit that like. If you wouldn't mind doing it as well, helps the channel, get it out there. Thank you very much.
Very, very definitely. There's our Merlin engine, Spitfire PR11, in to land from the Aircraft Restoration Company. This is the one that used to be the NHS Spitfire, of course, so famous for its NHS charitable fundraising activities during and after the worst of the COVID-19 pandemic. And it was flown by Martin Overall. And they're coming in on the hard runway, the Fighter Aviation Engineering Spitfire 14E, in which Dave Pulliston, I suspect, was having rather a good time. Right, well, we have, as we thought might happen, because the relatively light wind moving around a little bit, an operation from the opposite end of the airfield to what we've seen for most of today, and it's the takeoff roll of our next display item, going slightly away from D-Day for the moment, but it's always tremendous to see the Bristol Blenheim 1F. This aircraft takes us back to the early part of World War II. In fact, even further than that, because it was a design developed as a private venture by its manufacturer Bristol. So many great aircraft have been developed as private ventures by their manufacturers rather than to meet an official requirement. It was built for Lord Rothermere, who was the owner of the Daily Mail, who wanted a high-speed personal transport aircraft. Rothermere went on to present the aircraft to the nation under the name of Britain First, and the air industry, not surprisingly, was interested in when the first flight in 1935, it was fast on a lot of the Duxford, and it was entirely involving biplanes. It runs for Blenheim. There wasn't a single monoplane to be seen in that Royal Review, and the most up-to-date combat type that was on show was in a hangar here, the prototype Gloucester SS-37, which became the Gladiator. So the fact of this aircraft appearing was of considerable interest for the RAF, and it was decided to adapt it as a new light bomber. There were various alterations made. They mounted the wing at the midpoint and provided it with more powerful versions of the Bristol Mercury radial engine. It came into service with number 114 Squadron at Whitton near Huntingdon in March 1937. The aircraft it largely replaced, the biplane Hawker Hind, had a top speed of 186 miles an hour, but Blenheim's maximum was 260. And so good was its performance that the Air Ministry saw potential to create a long-range fighter. And it could be fitted with a ventral gun pack of 4.303-inch Browning machine guns for that role. And this aircraft is now configured as just such a Blenheim Mark I fighter of 1F. They switched production to the long-nosed Blenheim 4, and when war was declared against Germany on the 3rd of September 1939, there were more Blenheims in RAF service, just under 1,100 of them, than any other single aircraft type. And some of the earliest RAF actions of World War II saw Blenheims going into battle. On the day war was declared, an aircraft from number 139 Squadron at Whitton was being flown by Flying Officer Macpherson, and it became the first British aircraft to overfly Germany during hostilities. It was a reconnaissance mission. But the next day, the 4th of September, rather heralded things to come. Blenheims of numbers 107 and 110 squadrons from Wattisham in Suffolk went on Bomber Command's first raid of the war, attacking the German fleet in port at Wilhelmshaven. Their losses were terrible, and it showed how aircraft development had already moved on, that an aeroplane that just a couple or 3 years previously had been right at the cutting edge of capability and performance was now so vulnerable. And it was very much against the odds that Blenheim crews fought on. It's often forgotten that it was a Blenheim on the 11th of March 1940 that carried out the RAF's first U-boat sinking of the war, to be conducted without the assistance of surface vessels. It surprised U-boat U-82 on the surface near Borkum. Blenheims were some of the RAF's first airborne intercept radar-equipped night fighters, and began carrying out night intruder sorties into Germany after the Battle of Britain was over. And they were still flying in many theatres into 1941 as well. It was that year that the commanding officer of number 105 Squadron, Wing Commander Huey Edwards, went on a sortie for which he was awarded the Victoria Cross for his gallantry. It was a daylight raid on the German city of Bremen. And goodness me, I mean, if we think daylight raids in B17s and B24s from high altitude with all the defensive armament they had at their disposal were a risky business. Imagine going to war over a heavily defended city like Bremen in a Blenheim. That August, 54 Blenheims went on a raid against power stations near Cologne at low level. 12 of them were lost. We were talking earlier about how B-17 Sally B acts as a flying memorial, not least for the B-17 crews who were active in World War II. I always see this Blenheim as doing so for the crews who went into action in these aircraft in a very special way. The sole airworthy example in the world. The man who really masterminded the first restoration to airworthiness of a Blenheim from Duxford, beginning in the 1970s when he took the project on from the late Ormond Hayden Bailey, the late Graham Warner, dubbed this aircraft the Forgotten Bomber. That was the title of his book on the Blenheim, and I think it's a very, very apposite one. That aircraft went on to be lost in an accident, so he, and amongst many others who contributed in leading roles, John Romaine, took up the cudgels once again to restore this aircraft to flight, initially in its original Mark IV long nose configuration, but since it took to the air again following another mishap, flying again in 2014, it's been in this short nose configuration, and this is its last pass.
So I've just got offered a donut. I've had to turn it down because I'm filming.
And good news for the rest of the display. Some of you might well have noticed that the M11 is now free-flowing again in both directions, so we're able to resume display flying to our normal display datum around the centre point of the airfield. And this was another late addition to the programme, the Blenheim, owing to those aircraft that dropped out late on. So again, thanks to the Aircraft Restoration Company for facilitating its appearance, especially on what's been a really busy day for them with this aircraft and the Mark 11 Spit and the P51 Miss Helen having displays down at Torbay to complete this weekend. I forget to mention that Blenheims was stationed briefly here at Duxford during 1940 with number 222 Squadron before the unit moved on. And that, as ever, a gorgeous display of this aircraft by the boss of the Aircraft Restoration Company, John Romain. But now, with a quick warning reminder for you about the fact we've got some pyrotechnics due to go off during this next item, we turn to Normandy in June 1944, and on the night of the 5th and 6th of June that year, two great armadas
I might not turn a beer down if anybody's offering that.
One comprised the ships and the landing craft by sea, the other was in the air. This was the start of what was codenamed Operation Neptune, the Allied landings in northern France, and therefore also of Operation Overlord, the wider Battle of Normandy. And we're going to be commemorating the events in the period following D-Day over the next 20 to 30 minutes or so, with a selection of aircraft depicting some of the key roles during Overlord. And the first aeroplanes we're going to see, some small, apparently innocuous liaison aircraft, but which provided vital support to troops in the field.
Yeah, so thanks to everybody who's hit that like so far, much appreciated. Blenheim is just coming back in. I'll zoom round to get a close up.
And so it is that we begin our 80th anniversary scenario, taking us back to Normandy in the period following the invasion.
BBC hands up. Here is a special bulletin read by John Smith. D-Day has come. Early this morning, the Allies began the assault on the northwestern face of Hitler's European forces. The first official news came just after 9:30, when Supreme Headquarters of the Allied Expedition Report, usually called SHAPE from its initials, issued Communique Number 1. This said, under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France.
These US Army liaison aircraft were known collectively as the Grasshoppers, and the particularly prominent one was the Piper L4, the military variant of the Piper Cub. These little aircraft were initially transported to Normandy aboard the D-Day landing craft, and the Grasshoppers were used to direct and adjust artillery fire on the battlefield, operating perilously close to the front lines. The L4s, like these 5 aircraft, were attached directly to US Army field artillery units, flown by men, a pilot and observer, who had to operate at low level, close to enemy guns, often armed with only a pistol for their own protection, if that. They were men like Lieutenant Thomas K. Turner of the 58th Armoured Field Artillery Battalion. He was the pilot of one of 2 L4H Cubs, along with 11 Jeeps, who were aboard an LCT, a landing craft tank, that was making for Omaha Beach. One of the Cubs was lost in the water when the LCT became grounded, but Turner's was hauled ashore by a Jeep and willing hands, only to himself be lost to artillery fire. He and his observer sheltered under the steel ramp of an abandoned, damaged landing craft and escaped unhurt. Turner returned to England. He picked up another Cub from Southampton, and on D-Day +11, the 17th of June 1944, he landed above Omaha Beach. Fittingly, one of the pilots of the L4s today is himself called Thomas Turner. Flying these little aeroplanes near the front line in Normandy could be a very hazardous business indeed. The pilots of these L4s have just spotted the enemy embedded on the ground. Pilots in turn have split formation to try and outmaneuver the guns. They were able over the battlefield, the L4s, to use their considerable low-level agility to great advantage. Despite the enemy's best efforts, the men in these 5 L4s are carrying on their mission, but they're in immediate contact with the US Army artillery officers on the ground, who are ready to direct their fire on the German flank positions. And now, the Cub pilots are ready to make contact once again with the field artillery units in order to help direct their fire.
Enemy Falcons, base point is 500 left, 200, over. On the way. 50 right, repeat range, fire for effect. Battery firing for effect.
Well, it looks like the artillery might need to adjust its fire a little bit, and the Cub crews can see exactly how.
Base point is 500 left, 210. Over. On the way. 50 right. Repeat range, fire for effect. Battery firing for effect. Head straight. Bullseye.
You can see what is meant when it's said, as the fighters and fighter bombers get airborne underneath, that Cubs were able to bring an enormous amount of Allied firepower to bear in battlefields such as Normandy, despite being unarmed themselves.
Wow, 800 people watching. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you if you've hit that like and shared. Thank you very much.
Just the American L-birds, as they were known, the L4 Cubs like we see here, the Stinson L5 Sentinels, and certain other types in smaller numbers that performed this artillery spotting and battlefield liaison role during the Battle of Normandy. On the British side, there were the Taylorcraft Oster Air Observation Post, or AOP aircraft, of the RAF, flown by armed pilots, one of which was the first RAF aircraft to operate from French soil after D-Day.
So yeah, we're just waiting for the four that have just taken off to form up together, get their big guns on this enemy target.
On the ground here have decided to bring in some heavier air power. A forward visual control post has called in a cab rank of patrolling fighter bombers from the US Army Air Forces, the RAF and the Fleet Air Arm of the Royal Navy to deliver the final blow against the German positions on the ground. And here they come. Well, they've strafed the target, but it looks like it still needs a couple of other runs to fully neutralise the enemy flak threat. So the P47, the Wildcat and the Spitfires are off to resume their CAD rank patrol, but has the flak position been destroyed by the artillery and the fighter bombers? We'd better bring the Cubs back in to assess the results on a final flyover of the battlefield. By the end of June 1944, a total of 261 American liaison aircraft, L4s like these, as well as the L5 Sentinels, were operational with the First Army in France. If you've ever been to Normandy, you'll know, especially if you visited the areas that were liberated on or after D-Day, you'll know what I mean when I refer to the bocage, the small fields in the countryside, heavily tree-lined. Well, they impeded progress initially for the liaison aircraft and the units they were attached to. Casualties gradually increased, but soon things improved, and in that the L4 had a huge part to play in directing and adjusting artillery fire and performing liaison and communications missions.
Some good shots. Hopefully.
But if the L4s are among the more unsung heroes of D-Day and the Battle of Normandy, the likes of the aircraft we're about to see together, the P47, the two Spitfires and the Wildcat, are emblematic here of the many hundreds of Allied frontline types that were active during Operations Neptune and Overlord.
on the back.
started providing high cover for the D-Day landings soon after 4 o'clock in the morning on the 6th of June 1944. They weren't flying close escort to American bombers, rather they were providing indirect support and escort, including fighter patrols, but also in the air-to-ground role in which the Thunderbolt also excelled, strafing bombing airfields, gun batteries, enemy transport and communications routes, and performing armed reconnaissances of key roads in Normandy. And they included the Duxford Eagles themselves, the pilots of the Duxford-based 78 Fighter Group. They spent their D-Day harrying enemy communications around Alençon, bombing strafing trains, and shooting down 3 Luftwaffe Focke-Wulf FW-190s in that and a later engagement near Mayenne. And the 492nd Fighter Squadron, to single out another Thunderbolt unit, part of the 9th Air Force, and it's in the 492nd's markings that this P-47 appears, was bombing bridges behind the Normandy invasion beachhead. Was involved on D-Day with 846 Squadron of the Royal Navy's Fleet Air Arm, providing fighter cover for naval anti-submarine patrols in the western approaches, trying to stop U-boat interference with the Operation Neptune landings. They were flying from HMS Tracker until that ship was involved in a collision with a Canadian frigate on the 10th of June and forced out of action. Of the invasion fleet, spotting for naval guns by pilots of the RAF, the Fleet Air Arm, and even the US Navy. Photo reconnaissance, as we saw earlier, protecting potential routes in by the German Kriegsmarine to interfere with the invasion. Fighter escort for Dakota transports and Horsa gliders on resupply sorties. Fighter sweeps, including strafing, and a whole lot more. B17 squadron was such an old airframe, it was a converted Mark I, that it had even taken part in the Battle of Britain. And mid-afternoon on D-Day, it was a number 485 New Zealand squadron pilot, Flying Officer Johnny Hulton in Spitfire NL407, who claimed second As the four fighters now all come round to land, we should give credit to the pilots and operators, first of all, of the 5 mighty L4 Cubs that spearheaded our scenario today. The L4 from the Charlie November Cub Group was flown by Phil Hardesty, leader of the Flying Comrades from earlier on in the display, and who planned and led that entire scenario. We had Ben Bendowski in his own Cub. We had Matt Pettit in the US Marine Corps liveried L4, owned by Thomas Cattinger. We had our head of airfield services, Tom Turner, flying the Duxford-based Cub that's owned by Thomas Harris. And we had Paul Farmer in the Cub owned by Matt Pettit. That's the one in the desert camouflage, which is itself a D-Day veteran, and there's a photograph of it at an airstrip, a temporary rudimentary airstrip above one of the landing beaches just a couple of days after D-Day. The P47D Thunderbolt from Fighter Aviation Engineering that led the fighters there was flown by Steve Jones.
Watching his eyes are
The next into land would be Grumman FM2 Wildcat of the fighter collection in its D-Day stripes, because it's marked up and has been for 30 years now as a Wildcat 5 of the Fleet Air Arm of the Royal Navy that served with 846 Squadron and was named That Old Thing. Brian Smith was at the Wildcat's controls today. And then in come the Spitfires. A single-seat Mark IX, the most illustrious Spitfire to many people, still flying. A much-decorated combat veteran, MH434 from the old Flying Machine Company, with Nick Smith at the controls today.
B17's back just behind me. So I don't know if you want to get that some landing because it'll come this way.
And then we have the two-seat T9, PD202, another Second World War combat veteran. This from the Aircraft Restoration Company, and indeed their pleasure flight provider, Aerial Collective, or flight experience provider, I should say. And Dave Ratcliffe was flying it for us today. That completes our D-Day scenario here at the Duxford Summer Air Show. But don't forget, we will be continuing the D-Day theme after the red arrows are displayed, because that's when we're now planning to see the C-47s making their second parachutist pickup and departure.
I filmed all of that while drinking beer at the same time.
We've got B17 Sally B to recover from its second show of the day at the Midlands Air Festival at Ragley Hall. Before we go on with the programme, it's been patiently waiting in the hold. And at some point we've also got the Mustang Jersey Jerk to get back from Old Warden. That went off with those 4 fighters that we saw, not part of that scenario, and it'll be returning to us in due course. And there are Peter Kuipers and Paul Schluer and their crew on Sally B, rolling out as the last of the Spitfires taxi in. But now, on the roll, it's the astonishing Rich Goodwin with his jet pits, and just look at this.
It is a standard S2S fuselage, but that's about where it ends. On the engine we have a cargo reduction system, tuned exhaust, we also have the small wings for higher roll rate, but the main obvious difference is that this aircraft has 2 jet engines on the side of the aircraft. Richard is strapped into the aircraft. Normal harnesses aren't sufficient for these type of manoeuvres, so Richard is actually ratchet strapped into his seat with 2 ratchet straps. He can hardly breathe, but that's what you need to be able to remain control over these manoeuvres.
So what sort of G tolerances is the aircraft stressed to?
The aircraft is 10 minus 4, plus 10 minus 4, but we actually have to restrict the G loads because of the jet engines. They're running at 46,000 RPM. And the centrifugal forces of the impeller blade, they don't like G's too much, so we have to limit for that reason.
So do please tell us about the jets, Colin. What type of engines are they? What sort of power output are we talking about?
They're AMT engines from Holland. They are putting out about 350 pounds of thrust each. We've got 1,000 pounds of thrust from the propeller engine, and the extra 700 pounds of thrust from the two jet engines give a total thrust of 1,700 pounds. The aircraft weighs 1,500 pounds, and therefore we have a power to weight ratio greater than the weight of the aircraft. Some of the manoeuvres Richard will be doing now are actually to burn off the fuel, because the two jet engines will use 60 litres of jet turbine fuel in the next 10 minutes, and obviously the smoke, as you can see, coming out. So Richard at the moment is actually lighting the aircraft so he can do more impressive hovering manoeuvres later in the display.
Now, as I say, this aircraft is unique, and it wasn't the work of a moment, was it, to do get the approval, certainly, to fly the aircraft with the jets on?
It was 4 years of requests. We've had to go very, very slowly. The aircraft is very unique. There's a lot of new components on the aircraft. We're monitoring the install very carefully. It is still a very new aircraft. And so inspection, maintenance, and inspection is what we're doing all the time. The reason why we put the two jet engines onto the aircraft, it's really the crowds. You who have come here today wanted something new, wanted something unique, wanted something you've not seen before.
Or heard before, because the sound of a biplane making jet noises is just something else.
Yeah, that aircraft should not be making that noise. So indeed, Richard spent 4 years developing the aircraft to bring a unique performance to you, the crowds, the audience, and all the air shows. And I believe Richard has created a unique aircraft.
Certainly, this is the follow-on from his earlier muscle pits, isn't it?
But I suppose, as with any pilot, the muscle pits the earlier S2SC had is, well, we need more thrust, Colin. How are we going to put more thrust? I know, let's bolt jet engines to it. Yeah, let's do that. To maintain control in the hover as such, you still have to fly at about 10 knots airspeed, so there's airflow over the ailerons to point out the top of the engine. But if Richard comes to a complete halt, there is no way, this isn't a helicopter, it doesn't have a tail rotor, and there's no way of stopping the aircraft rotating around the propeller.
In terms of the jet engines themselves and the activation of them, as it were, what sort of controls are there in the cockpit for him?
There's full FADEC controls, so they are completely variable. There's quite a bit of spool-up time, so without trying to do too much, we either run the engines at high or full power, and the controls are at the end of the throttle lever.
You're saying it's not quite as simple as on, but not far different from that.
In some of the manoeuvres, especially some of the hammerheads, we can use differential throttles, and that really affects the performance to turn the aircraft sideways. This is the manoeuvre we call the Christmas tree, as Richard spins higher and higher and tighter and tighter. And I'm not sure if he can come to a halt at the top, but if he does, he becomes the angel at the top of the Christmas tree. No, not quite successful there.
And all of this on a development of a design, the Pit Special, that first flew 80 years ago this year.
Indeed, the design was well ahead of its age. And another thing I'll say about the aircraft, we've got 3 fuel tanks. One is for the jet fuel, for the jet engines. We've got avgas for the petrol engine, the IO540 on there, but also we have to have a tank for the smoke oil. So there is a lot of plumbing in that aircraft.
Has that affected the weight adversely at all?
Absolutely, it's but also the weight of all the fuel and the jet fuel that gets burnt off during the flight. It's a different animal from when it takes off to the end of the performance.
Now, of course, any display act such as this on the circuit, especially doing as many displays as Rich does over the course of the year, requires commercial sponsorship.
It does indeed. AMT, the Netherlands jet company, have really been supportive with the engines, and aerobatics is our new sponsor for the 2024 season. They do data logging for aircraft engines, and they've been really supportive for us for this year.
And he gives aerobatics a great airing with the knife edge passes with their name on top of the wing.
I think that's intentional.
Yeah. Well, what can we say other than, wow, Rich Goodwin with the jet pits.
And there's one little thing at the end. Richard hopefully will stop the engine, and the petrol engine, the propeller will stop, and you'll see the aircraft taxiing past with its jet engines only. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Colin Hales, and the whole of the Rich Goodwin Airshow's team for bringing that to us. Wonderful.
It's been a pleasure. Oh.
But now it's time for the final item of today's show, and to talk you through it, it's my great pleasure to welcome Squadron Leader Graham Muscat.
Good afternoon, Duxford. I am Squadron Leader Graham Muscat. I am Red 10, the team supervisor with the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. It's the Red Arrows. It's great to be back here at Duxford on such a wonderful occasion on the 80th anniversary of D-Day. I have the honour of talking you through the display. I'll give you some more information about the team, about the aircraft, about the manoeuvres you're about to see, and more importantly, I'll get your eyes into the correct piece of sky so you do not miss a single minute and second of the action. I've spoken to Red 1, the team on Airborne. They took it off from Bryce Norton. They'll be doing the display, then going back to RAF Waddington. They've done all their pre-show admin, they'll get the smoke ready, and they'll be here hopefully on time. As I said, it's great to be back. It's great to be back in 2024. We only came back from our spring training exercise last Saturday, and we did Midlands Air Show on Friday. We did Midlands yesterday and Torbay, and we did Midlands at lunchtime today for then Duxford. But of course, it's great to be back, bigger and better than the last couple of years. We're back to our full 9-ship display, and for our 60th display season, to celebrate the Red Arrows heritage, inspire the future through our dazzling performance, our colourful fly paths and our ground engagement. When the team arrive, they'll arrive in our world famous Diamond 9 formation, so make sure you give them a huge round of applause and a massive cheer, and I'll transmit that to the team, and they'll make sure they start the display and get it really up and coming and great for you today. We have 3 types of display. They're either full, rolling or flat. And that's either based on cloud or airspace. For a full flat show,
I've just been told that we've just reached 1,000 subscribers. Wow. Thank you, everybody that's been here, that's supported from the very start right up to now. Thank you very much. Thank you for everybody that's hit that like.
However, the rolling show is still a great show, and I'm sure you'll really have a wonderful time watching us display today. As I said, we only came back from our spring training exercise last Saturday. We were out in 2 weeks for Croatia, 4 weeks in Greece, where we're putting the final show together for 2024. However, please put your hands together for the 2024 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. Arriving in our trademark Diamond 9 formation, trailing our famous red, white and blue. As the team come around to the left, you can really see that top side of the Diamond 9. Leading a new team leader, That's squad leader John Bond, known as Bondy. He was in the team for 5 years previously. He's been Red 2, Red 6 twice and Red 7 before coming back in 2022 as Red 4. He's a former Typhoon pilot and a former qualified flying instructor on the Tucano as he brings the team in from the left. This is Vixen. Creamy is in his first year on the team. He's called Creamy because he was creamed off after training as a qualified flying instructor on the Tucano. He then joined the world famous 617 Dam Buster Squadron, where he saw active service in the Tornado GR4, where he received the Air Force Cross. I'm sure you are all aware of the tragic events of a week ago, last Saturday, when unfortunately a Spitfire crashed at RAF Coningsby. It was a great loss to not only to the family, to the aviation community and the display community. He was a great friend, a great colleague, and therefore in memory of Squadron Leader Mark Long, this is Spitfire. Red 1 is Red 3, that's Flight Lieutenant Dustin Wales, known as Dusty. Dusty is in his first year in the team. He's originally from Zimbabwe. He's a former Typhoon pilot. He's flown on 11 Squadron. He was an instructor on 29 Squadron before joining 41 Squadron, which is the Test and Evaluation Squadron at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. The smoke goes on from Reds 4 and 5 on either side of the stem. They all start to make their way rearwards. As the team come around from the left, in November of 2023, it was the 30th anniversary of the final flight of one of the most iconic aircraft in history. As the team continued round to the left on rollout, there will be no mistaking the shape of the wonderful, majestic and iconic. This is Concorde. Displaying in front of you. Myself, Red 10, former Tornado GR4 pilot and qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T-Mark II. We are of course a military unit and therefore commanded by Officer Commanding Rafat, that's Wing Commander Adam Collins. He was my predecessor as Red 10. He's a former Tornado GR4 pilot and also flew the F-111 while on exchange with the Royal Australian Air Force. You now see Reds 8 and 9 flexing to the outside, 6 and 7 splitting. Get your cameras ready for the colourful Phoenix. In the middle of that right wing is Red 4, Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling. Ollie's in his second year on the team. He was Red 4 last year. He remained in that position and took up the role that we affectionately known as Uncle Enid. Therefore, he is the mentor for the new pilots during the team, guiding them through the winter training. Ollie is a former Tornado GR4 pilot, a former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T-Mark II, and some of you will have known him as a member of the Strike Master pair based out of North Wales. Reds 8 and 9 now make their way rearwards and we form up two distinctive rows for the next formation. Red 1 will continue to bring them around to the right. Once again, get your cameras ready for the chevron roll.
Easy. Up. No problem. Go. Up. Right.
On the front row of the chevron, at the far left-hand side is Red 5. It's Flight Lieutenant George Hobday. George is in his first year on the team. He's a former Typhoon pilot, having flown with 11 Squadron. He took part in operations over Iraq and Syria, and he also took part in the Eastern Europe Baltic Air Policing mission. Of course, the Red Arrows is not just about the 11 pilots. We have a team of over 140 personnel on the team. Over 120 of them are the engineers, the administrators, the logisticians, and they are known as the Blues due to the colour of their coveralls. Inside those Blues there are 11 individuals who get to fly in the back of our aircraft in between shows when we cannot take the full engineering complement, and they are known as Circus. One individual at every show with me is Circus 10, and today that is AS1 Ewan Lewis. He's out front filming the display for safety and debriefing purposes. The team now, you'll see 8 and 9 in trail. Coming in from the left, we've kept it in for 2024 because it's so popular. Get your cameras ready for the Tornado! The board call is called by Red 9 as Reds 8 and 9 roll around the smoke. Red 8 smoking red, Red 9 smoking blue. Watch for the colour change as Red 1 flies the Tornado down the line. Of the aircraft towards the rear. This has twofold effects. Firstly, the pilots therefore have to fly with a higher throttle setting, and thereby it produces a hotter engine gas temperature and makes the colours and the smoke burn a lot more brightly. In addition, that makes the airflow outside the back of the aeroplane a lot more disturbed, and therefore it makes the smoke plume a lot more fuller, and we use it in certain manoeuvres to enhance those manoeuvres. You see Red 1 now starting to bring the team around to the left, with Reds 8 and 9 once again joined in trail. Make sure you get your cameras ready as Red 1 brings them back round to the display line for your final shot of our iconic Diamond 9 formation. Once again, from the right, it's the 2024 Red Arrows. As we approach the end of the first half, in the second half you'll see the more high-speed, jaw-dropping, heart-pumping formation flying, followed by two different sections. As we create the second half with a 5-4 split. You now have Reds 1 through 5 off to the right-hand side. They are now known as Enid, named after Enid Blyton's famous 5 from the children's books. And we have Reds 6, 7, 8 and 9 to the left, known as Hannah, named after squadron leader Ray Hannah. He was one of the first members of the team. He's the only team leader to lead for 4 years or more. He was also took the team from a 7 to a 9, and he also created our world famous Diamond 9 formation. Enid from the right, Hannah from the left for the 5-4 pass. With our first display in 1965. The team was formed from 3 distinctive teams. We had the Red Pelicans, the Black Arrows and the Yellow Jacks. We took the red from the Red Pelicans, we took the arrows from the Black Arrows, and we took the aircraft from the Yellow Jacks. Enid have now moved into a formation to commemorate our first aircraft that we flew when we first formed. From the right, this is Nat. Until 1980 when we took over flying the Hawk T Mark 1, which is the aircraft we still fly today. The Hawk is capable of going supersonic, it's capable of going up to 48,000 feet, and it's a great little aircraft to fly. Look directly to your front and you've got Hannah running back in. 8 and 9 roll, get your cameras ready for the Hannah break.
We are moving on. I'm not.
It is Flight Lieutenant Stuart Roberts. Stuart is in his third and final year on the team. He was Red 7 last year, Red 2 in his first year. He's a former Typhoon pilot, having flown with both 11 and 12 Squadron on operational service from RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. Each aircraft now dive down to only 100 feet above the airfield. They've got a closing speed of over 800 miles per hour. Get your cameras ready for the Hannah pass. Towards the display line. Red 7 is squad leader Tom Hansford, second year on the team. He was Red 3 last year, former Typhoon pilot and former qualified weapons instructor, turning hard back towards 6 in Cyclone. Synchro pair continue turning towards each other as they complete their first pass of Slingshot. But coming in from the left is Flight Lieutenant Patrick Kershaw, Red 9. He turns hard left and lies himself up with the rest of Enid to form the Goose. Red 9, Patrick Kershaw is in his third and final year on the team, a former Tornado GR4 and Typhoon pilot with 11 and 12 Squadron. Enid coming in from the right, once again trailing our world famous red, white and blue. As Enid leads to the left, look directly to your front and you can see Synchro pulling in once again with Red 7 in tango formation on Red 6. Duxford, get your cameras ready. The smoke comes on the Synchro part for the world famous Synchro Heart. Look to your high right and you can see Red 8 coming in to spear the heart. Red 8 is Flight Lieutenant Rich Walker. Rich is in his second year on the team. He's a former Harrier pilot, former Typhoon pilot and qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark II. And today the Red Arrows, with the dedication of the heart, would like to wish a very happy birthday to Alistair Bicknell. Keep your eye on Red 7 and Red 6 once again diving down to the display line. They will head towards each other, looking to miss each other by only 30 metres, that's only 100 feet. At the last minute, they will go belly up and lose sight of each other as they complete the manoeuvre called the opposition barrel roll. Look to your left-hand side, once again you go Enid, joined by Reds 8 and 9. Red 1 calls for 8 and 9 to roll, they roll around the smoke. This is Corkscrew. ambassadors not only for the RAF but also for the wider United Kingdom and Great Britain. The Red Arrows are extremely proud to take the red, white and blue across the UK and across the world. And in mid-August this year, we will take that red, white and blue to Canada to celebrate with the Royal Canadian Air Force for their 100th anniversary. Once again, coming in from the right, coming in from the left, red 6 from the left, red 7 from the right. Once again, looking to pass each other with only 30 metres, each aircraft will perform a 360-degree roll. Hold go is the call from red 6 as each aircraft pull up 5 to 6G. That means everything about them is now weighing 5 to 6 times heavier than what you and I are as we stand on the airfield. They'll reach a height of over 2,500 feet. They're 60 degrees inverted on the way down. They'll roll the correct way up as they complete the manoeuvre called boomerang. And Enid once again pulling up the white smoke in trail. The colour comes on again, once again, with our famous red, white and blue as Enid perform a smoke-like, snake-like trail in the sky with their barrel roll. That red, white and blue smoke is only capable due to the smoke pod, which is underneath the belly of the aeroplane. That smoke pod is capable of producing approximately 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of red smoke and 1 minute of blue smoke. And each colour has its own individual button on the pilot's control column and is each individually selected on and off. Red 1 now flattens the snake-like trail and he calls the team into tango. This means all the formation now move up and they've put themselves perfectly in line with Red 1, with all the pilots now looking left and right 90 degrees down their shoulder towards Red 1 as the smoke comes on in tango to complete the full manoeuvre of the Serpent. As Enid disappears to the left, keep looking to your extreme left over the top of the hangar in the distance. You can see the nose wet lights glinting in the distance.
6 rolling in.
6 rolls in.
Easing up.
And they start to pull up with Red 6 now pushing in the inverted negative G flight. And they roll as Red 6 flies in an inverted barrel roll. Working hard against that negative 3G, all the blood rushing to his head with Red 7, 8 and 9 holding on to perform the mirror roll. And Reds 8 and 9 rolling back with the red and blue smoke to finish the mirror roll. Hannah disappeared to our right, look to your left, and you have Enid running back in line abreast with Red 1. The smoke comes on. 2 and 3 roll go. Clear goes the Commas Reds. 4 and 5 roll around the outside. And again, once again, one of the most popular manoeuvres we fly. This is rollbacks. Enid Enid leaves to our right, look directly to your front and you might just be able to make out Hannah starting to run in with their nose light glinting in the distance. 2024, the RAF Red Arrows Aerobatic Team 60th Diamond Display, as Reds 8 and 9 start to draw a wonderful 60 in the sky for the anniversary break. Red 7 off to the left, red 6 off to the right. As they climb to approximately 1,500 feet, they'll dive back down to the display line. For their final pass of the show, once again at only 100 feet and 800 miles per hour closing speed. For their final pass of the show, this is the Synchro Double Rolls. Once again, get your cameras ready for the Vixen break. But Duxford, it's been an honour, it has been a pleasure. Please put your hands together for the Red Arrows! All the way back to RF Waddington on home base. As I said, it's been an absolute honour and a pleasure to perform for you today here at Duxford. What a wonderful venue to finish our first weekend of 2024 at such a wonderful occasion and on such a wonderful occasion of the 80th anniversary of D-Day. If you'd like any more information about the Red Arrows, we are on Facebook, RAF Red Arrows, we are on Instagram, RAF Red Arrows. All the pilots have their own accounts. Find me, RAF Red 10, and then you'll find the rest of the pilots. Once again, on behalf of the Royal Air Force and the Red Arrows, I'd like to thank you for all your support over the last couple of years. Please make sure you take care driving home. Make sure you take some water on board. I hope to see you all again in the future. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Muskie, thank you so much for talking us through a wonderful return to Duxford by the 9-ship Red Arrows. Great to see you. But while that may be the last display of the day, it is not the last flying. Because how could we possibly pay tribute to Operations Neptune and Overlord without again featuring the Douglas C-47, the Skytrain as it was to the US Army Air Forces, the Dakota to the RAF. The Americans had taken time to build up a force able to deploy many airborne divisions across a broad front, as would be required, for example, for the invasion of Europe. By the end of 1943, 9 Troop Carrier Command, part of the US 9th Air Force, which was, to put it basically, the tactical Air Force as opposed to the strategic 8th Air Force, had formed with 14 troop carrier groups of C-47 Skytrains and C-53 Sky Troopers. That was the version of the C-47 built in relatively small numbers, optimised for parachute dropping. They trained hard with the men of the 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions. And meantime, the RAF was also expanding its Dakota force under numbers 38 and 46 groups to support the British 6th Airborne Division. And the arrival that we're shortly to see of the 3 C-47s that will be coming in to pick up another load of paratroopers bound for commemorative events in Normandy includes veterans of these operations. And particularly notable among them is the C-47A of the commemorative Air Force named That's All Brother. This aircraft is an incredible survivor of D-Day. It was piloted as part of Serial 7 of the D-Day invasion by the commanding officer of the 438 Troop Carrier Group, Colonel John M. Donaldson. And this Serial 7 was the first serial of the invasion to carry the main body of US paratroopers as the fighter aviation engineering Fury braked into the circuit after its weekend at Torbay. Yes, it was the first serial to carry the main body of American paratroopers.
Right, so sorry, I must have lost some of you there. I didn't know it had gone on until after the red had left, so I apologise for that. I didn't know either. So hopefully you should be able to watch it back later. I'm sorry about that.
6th of June, this C-47, that's all brother, towed a troop-carrying glider to a landing zone as part of Mission Elmira, one of the reinforcement missions that took place later on D-Day. On board for that parachute drop, early on D-Day however, which was known as Mission Albany and comprised 436 Skytrains and Skytroopers in 10 formations made up of Vics of 3, were members of the 2nd Battalion, 506th Parachute Infantry Regiment, part of the 101st Airborne. They were on their way towards Drop Zone Alpha near Saint-Mère-Église.
So yeah, we're just waiting for the C-47 to come in, that's all brother. Or do a flyover. I wasn't paying too much attention there, I'm afraid. I was trying to sort the stream out. Yeah, she will be landing. I've got the paratroopers here on the left.
The fact of this aircraft surviving was put down to the fact that it ended up at Basler Turbo Conversions at Oshkosh in Wisconsin, destined for conversion to turboprop form. Only then was its true identity rediscovered. The Commemorative Air Force campaigned to acquire and restore it to its wartime condition. They brought the funding together and they purchased it. It's operated by their Central Texas wing from San Marcos, Texas, and it's one of the 3 C-47s and Dakotas that are on their way to us, along with Placid Lassie from the Tennyson Foundation in New York, an aircraft that's believed to have flown with the 434th Troop Carrier Group on D-Day as part of Mission Chicago, the 27th element of the Allied assault. And also in the colours of an RAF Dakota, we have the Aero Legends C-47B, which served with number 435 Royal Canadian Air Force Squadron at Down Empty late in World War II, and is a veteran of the Berlin airlift, which these aircraft will also be commemorating later this month. They're on their way to us from North Weald. They're currently near Haverhill, and they'll be with us in a little while. While we wait for them, I've been advised that there has been some disruption on the M11 northbound between junctions 12 and 13. So if you're heading away from the site, please bear in mind there's disruption on the northbound M11 between junctions 12 and 13. Please bear that in mind. If you need to take an alternative route, you might wish to make plans to do so.
So yeah, we'll be waiting for the C-47
C-47s, that's all brother, is a veteran of the 438 Troop Carrier Group on D-Day.
And once the C-47's here landed, I'll get it taken off again, and then we will end the stream there, I'm afraid.
He travelled to his base at Greenham Common to meet the men of the 101st Airborne Division who were about to head into battle aboard the 438 Group's C-47s. This was Eisenhower's order of the day for the 6th of June, addressing Allied forces and broadcast on both sides of the Atlantic on D-Day.
Soldiers, sailors and airmen of the Allied Expeditionary Force, you are about to embark upon the great crusade toward which we have striven these many months. The eyes of the world are upon you. The hopes and prayers of liberty-loving people everywhere march with you. In company with our brave allies and brothers in arms on other fronts, you will bring about the destruction of the German war machine, the elimination of Nazi tyranny over the oppressed peoples of Europe, and security for ourselves in a free world. Your task will not be an easy one. Your enemy is well-trained, well-equipped, and battle-hardened. He will fight savagely. But first is the year 1944. Much has happened since the Nazi triumph of 1940-41. The United Nations have inflicted upon the Germans great defeat in open battle, man to man. Our air offensive has seriously reduced their strength in the air and their capacity to wage war on the ground. Our home fronts have given us an overwhelming superiority in weapons and munitions of war, and placed at our disposal great reserves of trained fighting men. The tide has turned. The free men of the world are marching together to victory. I have full confidence in your courage, devotion to duty, and skill in battle. We will accept nothing less than full victory. Good luck, and let us all be disciplined of Almighty God on this great and noble undertaking.
And Colin, in achieving that total victory, the C-47 and its many variants really were a key element, weren't they?
Absolutely. Eisenhower referred to the C-47 in the same vein as the Jeep, the bazooka, and it was a vital part of the success of the Allies during the Second World War. Not only in Europe, of course, but around the world.
Yes, absolutely. Many great exploits out in the Far East, for example, as well. And later this year we'll be commemorating the 80th anniversary of Operation Market Garden, the Arnhem landings, and of course there was the crossing of the Rhine early in 1945 as well. But there's no question it is one of the greatest, not just transport aircraft, but one of the greatest aircraft of all time, full stop,
Absolutely, yes. And in fact, I think it was the South Africans that were using them well into the 80s and 90s.
Oh, in fact, they're only just about to officially retire them, the South African Air Force. They haven't been flying them recently, but they're only about to strike them off the active inventory. And US Air Force Special Operations Command, we're talking here about turboprop conversions, aren't we? But US Air Force Special Operations Command has still been using turboprop DC-3s recently, and they're still in use as freighters in original piston engine form.
Around the Caribbean yachtling season.
South and Latin America, and all sorts used for polar exploration, still in turboprop form also. An incredibly versatile aircraft, born as the Douglas Sleeper Transport initially for cross-USA sleeper services at night. The DC-3, we know it as best, was developed from that.
Sorry, I was being attacked by a bee there.
It's the DST, the sleeper transport, could carry 14 passengers, the DC-3, 21, and the part it played in civil aviation in the 1930s. As soon as it came into use, the aircraft that first flew in 1935, American Airlines brought it into service the following year, was it made those services faster and more profitable. It was really one of the first aircraft to truly exploit the possibilities that air travel could offer. All the major US carriers at the time flew DC-3s. As far as the military was concerned, the first military version was the C-41, which was a VIP transport. The C-47 Skytrain followed with the start of World War II. It was given a beefed-up airframe and with a strengthened floor, and of course the side cargo door. The C-53 Skytrooper, as I say, that was optimised for dropping paratroops. It had a lighter floor and no double cargo door. and they were used in all the major theatres of World War II, flying over the hump from India to China, the jungles of the Far East, and that of course is before we go on to the activities we were just talking about around Europe, and then on into the Berlin airlift with the US Air Force early in those operations before the bigger C-54 Skymasters came in, and with the RAF throughout.
And here we see them coming over the M11. So, just to explain what we can expect when these guys touch down.
They're going to be landing on, and then the expectation is that they'll be taxiing to park up at the eastern end of the airfield, near where the DC-6 and the B17 and so forth are, and they'll be emplaning the paratroopers there.
No, they are not dropping here, they're just picking up. They should have been doing it today. No, yesterday, sorry, but the weather was too bad.
And the first one in is the aircraft known as Pegasus from Aero Legends in the RAF Transport Command markings. Then it's Placid Lassie from the Tennyson Foundation on its third transatlantic commemorative visit.
Now these aircraft are going to be taxiing on the grass runway to the eastern side of the airfield, and then as Ben was saying, they will be loading up with paratroopers ready for their trip to Normandy.
The third of them being That's All Brother, that aircraft from Serial 7 of the D-Day invasion, and today operated by the Commemorative Air Force.
Say we could be there early, we've got to get out of Duxford.
As you see these three aircraft taxiing with their invasion stripes, we think of those guys 80 years ago when a whole fleet of aircraft such as these were heading off for who knows what at the time. but remains such a significant part of European history.
Now, on the night of the 5th and 6th of June 1944, no fewer than 925 Skytrains and Skytroopers of 9 Troop Carrier Command were launched from their airfields in the southwest of England and in the Midlands. 821 of them would drop paratroops, 104 would tow gliders, and according to a later report by General Eisenhower, the RAF provided 733 aircraft and 355 gliders for operations over the whole day, though in that case it wasn't just Dakotas, but for example, so Armstrong, Whitworth, Albemarle's, the tug aircraft, the Stirlings and Halifaxes and other Dakotas, and the gliders themselves. Thinking about the American contribution alone, from when the first C-47 dropped its Pathfinder paratroops into Normandy at 20 minutes past midnight on the 6th of June, to when the men jumped in the last aircraft in the main paratroop serial, it took them 2.5 hours for that whole stream to pass overhead. But what must that have meant to the people of Normandy? Each C-47 could carry a maximum of 20 paratroopers, all of them laden with kit. A typical stick of paratroops would consist of 16 to 19 men, and one of them was Major Henry E. Boswell, who jumped at the battle in Normandy with the US 82nd Airborne Division.
Well, when we went to pick off the plane, I remember me and I could see. I was sitting and I couldn't see where I could go. And the ocean is full of ships. Big ones, little ones. I swear I think the rest of the rowboats in there also. But every kind of ship in the world was heading for France. And the sky was full of airplanes. All kinds. I was a transport. Fighters protecting us. And that's all that I thought. Oh, we must win this way with all this force that we have. We loaded into the plane in the old C-47s. We usually had about 18 people. That was just about as much as you could put in it. In the top of the plane there was a steel cable running from the front to the back of the plane. Your parachute had a cord on the back of it. You hooked it on that cable in the top of the plane. When you jumped out, the weight of your body broke the cords on the back, and the parachute was pulled out of the pack, and then it opened by itself. When the pilot gets open, the air there's a drop down. He turns on the green light. And when that comes on, it's time to go. And the jump master will go. And everyone goes out just as quick as you can. It's
And as you can see, the soldiers make their way to board the C-47s, all wearing uniforms and equipment appropriate to the time, 1944.
Excuse me, I can't see anything. Sorry, I'm
Now
streaming.
climb aboard the C-47s and head off
Come here.
to Normandy. That was
Scratch down in between.
see TV footage of that parachute drop as part of the 80th commemoration of D-Day. As we watch this, can you just imagine what must have been going through the minds of those chaps back in 1944 as they were climbing on board these C-47s. Now, of course, they were highly trained. They'd been psyched up by the generals. And of course, they had the experiences of the previous 4 years of war in their minds, so they were going into battle determined to fight tyranny so that we could enjoy the freedom that we've had for so many years. And can I just mention incidentally, I can see one or two people have already started to think about leaving. As you leave today, then to reduce your queuing time when you depart from the museum, for those of you who are parked at the west end of the site, which is near the Land Warfare Hall, then you'll be turned left when you leave this afternoon. There are links to the A1, the A10, the A11, the A14 and the M11 on the outskirts of Royston, which is about 5 or 6 miles away. If you are parked in our north car park, which is located over the bridge, then all cars will be turned left when you leave this afternoon. Please don't go around the roundabout at the motorway, but travel north to the next exit, which is just along the way. That'll take then you take the A10 route to head towards Royston. The free shuttle buses will run between Duxford and Cambridge by the Trumpington Park and Ride, and they'll be operating until 7:10 this evening. And of course, Imperial War Museum Duxford will remain open for a good while yet, so there's no need to actually rush away. We won't be closing until about 7 o'clock this evening.
Straight towards that hangar, you know where the shop is? Yeah. The doors are right in front of you.
And that's when I'm going in that hangar?
Yeah. Do you want me to put that in there? So you can have the edge.
And as the last of today's paratroopers get airborne or get on board the C-47s, let's hear from BBC correspondent Guy Byer, who parachuted into Normandy on D-Day with the British 6th Airborne Division as part of Operation Tonga, which included paratroops dropped by Albemarles and Dakotas, and the glider-borne assault element of horses and Howell cars towed by Halifaxes and Stirlings. His report passed into legend.
We're over the enemy coast now, and the running has started. 1 minute, 30 seconds, red light, green light, and out, get on, get out. Out faster to the clean light. Out into the air over France. And we know the dropping down is stopped. We're jumping in fact into fields covered with pearls. When I hit my chute, I lower my tip pad, which suspends on the end of a 40-foot rope to my harness. And then the ground comes up to hit me, and I find myself in the middle of a cornfield.
On the ground in Normandy, meanwhile, another BBC reporter, Alan Melville, witnessed a later parachute descent.
The paratroops are landing. They're landing all around me as I speak. They're coming from the sea and they're shuttling down, red, white and blue parachutes shuttling down, and they're just about the best thing that we've seen for a good many hours. They're showering in. There's no other word for it.
The 3 C-47s have loaded up and are now almost ready for departure en route to Normandy through less hostile skies than those of 80 years ago.
Excuse me, mate. I'm filming. I can't see a thing. You were stood in front of it.
Rather appropriate there to see Ben Bendowski's little cub that we saw earlier in our set piece making its way so slowly across the skies as the C-47s get ready for departure, and the C-47s heading specifically to the town of Carentan, which has been the scene of many D-Day commemorations over the years. And the Aero Legends aircraft, first of them to move, they'll be lining up and then getting airborne, heading straight out to Normandy.
So the Dakota's lining up, and in fact they will be using the opposite runway to what they've used all day. They'll be taking off towards the west.
No.
The D-Day landings themselves involved some 156,000 Allied troops. They had 11,590 aircraft available, and those that flew completed 14,674 sorties on the day. More than 4,400 Allied casualties were estimated on D-Day itself, and in excess of 209,000 during the entire Battle of Normandy.
The only person who had visited that grave, I know my mother never did, and I don't think, because of the way times were back then, I don't think any of the family had ever been out there either. That was about 10 years ago. And if you've never been to Normandy, if you have, or anywhere in Europe, if you have family members that lost their life out there, I would just recommend that you go, and you'll be amazed at how well the Commonwealth Graves Association look after those graves, and you'll be swept along with the emotion of it all. And it's better to go than to say, I wish I had gone.
Absolutely, fine words indeed. And to finish, it seems appropriate to recall one touching little vignette symbolising just what liberation meant to the people of Normandy who experienced it, as was seen in the village of Hermainville by the BBC's Alan Melville.
The curé of this little Normandy church, 2 or 3 miles from Caen, wants me to say how sorry he is about these bells. His village has only just been liberated, and it's taken until yesterday to clean up the many German snipers left in hiding. When I asked the curé if we might record the bells of his church ringing in celebration of the village's freedom, he asked me to wait for a week, and this is why. They used to have a very lovely little carillon in this church. Only 3 bells, but they were very proud of it, and many of the villagers were expert bell ringers. But when the Allies freed the village, 3 German snipers hid in the square tower of the church, and for 2 nights they were very troublesome. At last they gave themselves up, but it was found that they had smashed the big bell of the carillon. Monsieur le Curé promised that if I would only wait a week, he would have the big bell repaired, and you could hear the full carillon. But he added that in any case, they were going to ring the remaining 2 bells at once this morning to celebrate our coming. And I thought that you would rather hear the bells now, even though the big one has been smashed by the Germans, to let you know that the people of Normandy are celebrating their liberation. The church bells are ringing, and the villagers are going to Mass to give thanks for their freedom.
And with that, we bring to an end our D-Day 80 commemoration at this Duxford Summer Air Show, and a few special thanks from me. My thanks to Dr. Paul Johnson for his part in voicing the Cub scenario that we had earlier, and to Adam Berry, Andy Thomas and Matt Willis for the research that contributed to what we were able to bring you in terms of the historical detail on the air actions of D-Day.
And we should say thank you to all the pilots, of course, who've flown so fantastically for us, all of the volunteers that helped to make these air shows happen, and technical guys that have looked after us as well. And Ben, it's been a real joy to work with you on another occasion that will be remembered for a long time here at Duxford.
It certainly has. What a beautiful, beautiful day it's been after the cloud of yesterday. Yeah. The skies have parted and left us with a glorious Sunday for what's been an excellent show. Now, we ought to, just before we say farewell, bring you once again that information about the traffic. I think there was an incident on the M11 northbound earlier. It looks like it's flowing quite well now. It was between junctions 12 and 30, but maybe just check that out. If you are heading in that direction, you might want to look at potential alternatives. Meanwhile, the site remains open until 7 o'clock. If you're parked up at the western end near the Land Warfare Hall, you'll be turned left when you leave this afternoon. Don't try and go right. If you want to find links to the A10, A1, A11, A14 and M11, you can do so on the outskirts of Royston, about 6 miles to the west. If you're parked in the north car park, located over the bridge, the other side of the A505, you'll also be turned left. Don't try and go right. Don't go round the roundabout at the motorway and go back down the 505, but travel north to the next exit and then take the A10 route to Royston. And the shuttle buses are continuing to run between Duxford and Cambridge Station, going via Trumpington Park and Ride between now and 7:10. That's the scheduled time of the last bus.
So, however you're travelling, have a safe journey home. And we'll see you next time around here at Duxford. Ben, thanks very much.
Thank you very much to Colin Wilshire and from the whole IWM team who've been involved in putting on this D-Day 80 Summer Air Show. And from me, Ben Dunnell, goodbye.
So yeah, that's a goodbye from me, everybody. Thank you for today. Thank you for all the new subscribers. Thank you for everybody that's liked, shared, been a part of it in the chat. Sorry I've not been in the chat very much because obviously, like I said, it's not been working on my phone today. So yeah, thank you everybody and see you soon. Good luck. Bye everybody. Take care.